light means it's on.
Oh. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I would like to wish everyone a Happy New Year. It's wonderful. I think everyone had a nice break over the, I know I did. I think I realized I was very tired when one day I just sort of was standing looking outside and not realizing I was doing nothing. And, but I did, I know our family had a great holiday, and it was nice to see people. I know, again, I want to thank staff. We had obviously some snow and some weather issues to deal with. Appreciate their efforts that way and keeping our streets open and safe. I know we benefited a little bit by our geographic location in comparison to some of the other areas throughout the province. I was in Welland on over the holidays on the 26th, and they had 4 feet of snow down there, and I guess they had sort of the same kind of snow incident that Buffalo had. Not unfortunately, the no deaths, but. And we do pray for those people in Buffalo and their families as well. But yeah, it was an interesting holidays for sure, and I think we're looking forward to a very exciting year, lots of things, and we're starting off the council year with a bit of a bang with our pre-budget meeting today. So if I can start, we'll start with the land acknowledgement. We are meeting on the lands that have been home to Indigenous nations since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on the treaty lands and the territory of Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, as well as traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the township of Centre Wellington, the Mississaugas could not continue their traditional lifestyles and retreated to the villages along the Credit River. Eventually settling in the Grand River Valley, the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations. Okay. Addendums and corrections to the agenda. There are none. Thank you. Disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do I see any around? I would like to issue a conflict today as it relates to item 9.2, Bridge 16WG replacement. I have a working relationship with RJ Burnside. And just to explain way the conflict will work, or as we go forward, at that point in the meeting, at that conflict, person will leave the room. So in case of my situation today, I will leave the room, and we'll come in. Councillor Kim will come forward today because she's the deputy mayor. And she'll take my spot, and then I will leave the room. She will conduct the meeting at that point, and when the issue or vote's taken, then I'll come back in after that. So just sort of a little bit of an explanation of how conflicts of interest. And I'll do a bit of those as we go along, not only for council, but for the public who are watching as well. And part of the thing too is I think is on the communication side, it's always important to communicate with the public and things of what we do, because sometimes it looks a little bit curious up here in what we're doing. So I think those things are important. So let's get to item 5, presentations and announcements. 5.1, 2023 budget overview, and we have a presentation by our CEO, Dan Wilson. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just make sure I get this thing working first. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, members of council. Welcome to your first budget meeting. This is exciting to those of us that have spent many, many months to get to this point, to actually see part of this budget come forward to council for consideration. In terms of the overall structure of the budget process for this year, obviously we're beginning with today with some education, some policy amendments, and some pre-approvals. But beyond that, we're expecting further budget discussions in early February, with the hope that we can pass the budget at the February council meeting. So in terms of the agenda for today, it's really broken down into three categories. The first one, shown in green at the top of the screen, the first three reports, really is a budget orientation and introduction to council. We're going to give you some budget basics, or budget 101, in terms of how a municipal budget works, the different components of that. Report 2 are significant areas impacting the 2023 budget. You will notice that you're predominantly looking at capital items today, and more operating items will come forward in February. And you'll see that in the budget book when it's published later this month. But we felt it was prudent today to give you some of the significant impact areas, so you have those on top of mind when you're looking at the budget a few weeks from now. Item 3 in this area is the actual 2023 draft capital budget. So you'll see where the draft capital budget stands as of today, and we'll have various staff come up and present various items on that as we move forward. Area 2 is really looking at policy approvals from council today, where we have the fees and charges bylaw for 2023. This is a critical bylaw that we pass every year to establish the various rates and fees we charge in various areas of the township. Item 2 is the OLG funding allocation policy, another critical document that allocates the OLG funds we receive on an annual basis, and the vehicle replacement program. Section 3 are project pre-approvals, where we have various capital projects, 2 bridges, two road projects, and the Elora Community Center coming forward for pre-approval by council. So lots on the agenda today. When it comes to, I just want to assure council, when it comes to discussing capital today and operating in February, pretty much most of what we're talking about today does not really impact the operating budget. So you don't have to worry about making decisions today that will significantly change the operating budget that we talk about in February. I have noted on the right-hand side that there are it's actually the 3 policy areas that do impact operating on a minor way. So the fees and charges bylaw, obviously passing fees and charges results in revenue within the operating budget. So to the extent that there are changes to the fees and charges bylaw, that would result in changes to the revenue budgets within the operating budget. So that's example 1. Example 2, the OLG funding allocation. Changing that funding allocation would change the operating budget, in that part of the OLG funding goes to grants and a grant process, which is an operating item. And number 3, vehicle replacement. There is a contribution from operations to the vehicle replacement program. Most of that is already embedded within the base budget. So it's only a minor increase that is proposed for 2023. So those 3 items do have a minor impact on operating, but the rest of them are purely capital in nature. You'll hear some of this as we present some of the initial reports to council today, but I thought it would be important for me to bring it up as an introduction item to council. There are a lot of budget pressures for 2023. First and foremost is inflation, and this isn't news to anybody at the table. We are facing unprecedented levels of inflation right now, both from an operating and a capital perspective. And when we look at our budgets, we are impacted both by operating and capital inflation, and you'll get more information on that in another report later today. But To keep things short, our costs going from 2022 to 2023 are expected to increase significantly due to the inflationary impacts that we are to face going into this year. The second item is assessment growth, and just to explain this one a little bit, assessment growth is the increase in taxation assessment we receive on an annual basis as a result of new houses, new businesses being constructed, renovations to housing, et cetera. So it's brand new assessment we receive on an annual basis. This is a revenue source to the township, and it's added to the previous budget to give us a 0% base budget on an annual basis. So it's revenue that we use to help fund the impacts of growth on an annual basis within both the operating and the capital budget. It is at its lowest level since 2016, which is surprising given the amount of growth we have going on in the township right now. I believe it's purely just a matter of how much MPAC is able to process in terms of new assessment and provide that new assessment to us on the assessment roll. We do expect this number to climb in the coming years. It just happens to be at a fairly low level this year, which is causing additional budget pressures. Insurance premiums are significant in terms of an increase for 2023. Utilities and gas prices are significant. We have some payroll deduction costs that have gone up fairly significantly for 2023. So these are all additional pressures as well going into the 2023 budget. We all know about Bill 23 and the impacts that can have going forward. We did get some verification from our DC consultants on Bill 23 with respect to funding studies through development charges. And the direction we have been given that until we pass a new development charges bylaw, we can continue to fund studies through development charges. So the new development charge bylaw is anticipated on or before 2025. So you will see in the 2023 budget, we are continuing to fund growth-related studies through development charges, and we've been told we are allowed to do that. Other considerations that I'll talk about briefly, levels of service play a huge role when you're passing a budget on an annual basis, and asset management planning is something that we will have a more detailed discussion with council in the coming months, but just a basic introduction today. I know this is fairly small, but this represents a summary of the assets that are owned and operated by the Township of Centre Wellington. It adds up to over $1 billion in replacement value of our assets, broken down between assets that are funded through tax-related funding, such as our roads, our bridges, vehicles, equipment, some facilities. But then we have assets that are funded through our water rates and our wastewater rates. So when you add the three areas together, it's over $1 billion in assets. And this is so some of the high-level information that is provided in our asset management plan. And like I said, we'll discuss this with council in more detail at a later date. But the importance of this slide is that we have over $1 billion of assets to operate, maintain, and eventually rehabilitate and replace. And that's a significant dollar value. So our asset management plan becomes critical, and how we implement the recommendations of that asset management plan through the budget process becomes critical. And so we'll have references to that as we move forward. The box at the bottom of the slide shows, and this is again from our asset management plan, our funding levels in relation to target funding levels on an annual basis for our four major categories of assets. Bridges and culverts, we're at 74% of target funding for the most part, because we have a dedicated tax levy for bridges and culverts, and we do allocate grant funding to our bridge and culvert program as well. So we are at 74% of optimal levels there. Our other tax-supported assets, however, our roads, buildings, vehicles, equipment, et cetera, we are only at 43%. And the asset management plan recommendations do have suggestions to start bringing that up to more reasonable levels. And then water and wastewater, both at 76%. That is because we have a water and wastewater rate study that has been approved by council every 5 years for at least the last 20 years. And council has followed that rate study going forward.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I'm afraid I don't understand exactly what you mean by funding versus target and 74% of that. Can you just roll that back for me and clarify, please?
Sure. Through Mayor Waters, the asset management plan sets optimal levels of funding that should be in our annual budget each year to fund the eventual rehabilitation and replacement of our assets. So it's an annual amount by area that in an ideal world we would be funding in our budget, and these percentages represent how close we are to that target.
Got it, thank you.
So the goal through the asset management plan is to have these percentages progress towards 100%, and the recommended scenario in the asset management plan says it will take in excess of 40 years to do so. Part of the asset management plan approach, and this translates into our budget approach as well, is to assess all of our assets, not only from a condition perspective, but from a risk and prioritization perspective. This is a slide right out of our presentation on asset management planning, showing that we do assess the state of our assets through asset management planning. We do assess condition ratings on those assets as part of that process, and that information feeds into what we refer to as a risk or criticality rating. These are the variables by asset category that we use to assess risk or criticality, or to prioritize our asset needs on an annual basis. And the table to the right-hand side is how we assess that. And it's made up of two variables. One is the probability of failure, which is what is the probability of our assets failing. And as you can imagine, it's very much tied to the condition of the assets. So the worse condition an asset is in, the higher the probability that asset is to fail on us. The second variable is the consequence of failure. If an asset did fail on us, what is the consequence to the township? And obviously, when it comes to something like roads and bridges, the higher the traffic volume, or the higher the speed limit, for example, the higher the consequence we would have if that asset were to fail on us. So when we line up probability of failure and consequence of failure together, we get an overall risk or priority score for all of our assets, and that is used to prioritize what projects come forward year to year as part of the budget process. So you will see our bridge program, for example, and the bridges that we'll be discussing today. Those are two of the most critical bridges we have due to this calculation we do on risk. And we can get into that later if there are questions on that. Moving outside of asset management just to level of service. Level of service becomes a key discussion when we pass a budget on an annual basis. This is very much tied to funding and levels of funding that we can have approved within a given budget on an annual basis. In some cases, when funding does not allow for it, we have to look at our levels of service and decide whether they should increase, they should decrease. And in some cases, we have to consider decreases in levels of service to accommodate the affordability of a budget. This pie chart on the right-hand side shows some of the factors that play into levels of service and what impacts levels of service. Legislative requirements, community expectations, financial constraints, available resources, strategic planning. These are all things we consider when we assess levels of service. But levels of service do drive where budget levels need to go. So there's a correlation between levels of service and the cost of providing that level of service. So we need to be mindful of that correlation as we're talking about budget items going forward. This is a summary of, we talked about capital investment on an annual basis. This is a summary of that capital investment for our tax-supported assets. So this is not including water and wastewater related assets because we treat them separately. And as I mentioned on a previous slide, we're at 76% of funding levels, which is fairly good at this point for those assets. So this is strictly looking at tax supported and what we anticipate happening to that asset investment level going from 2022 to 2023. So as you can see in the 2022 column, we had roughly $8.8 million in asset investment in that year. So that is for the rehabilitation and replacement of assets that are tax supported in nature. In the draft capital budget for 2023, it is currently sitting at $10.8 million. So roughly a $1.98 million increase in investment in assets, which is great news. You'll see the color coding in this chart, green representing internal sources of funding, blue representing external sources of funding. And the reason I point that out is because we have complete control over what's in the green, what is internally generated by the township. We have no control over what's in blue, which is externally generated. So the blue is our gas tax funding, our OLG funding, and other OSIF, which is grant funding. So we have no control over how much funding we receive from those categories. So there's a certain level of risk associated with relying on those three sources of funding for our asset management planning and our budget planning going forward. And you'll see that most of the $1.98 million increase in asset investment is coming from those uncontrollable areas. So we're fortunate enough going into 2023 that we are increasing our asset investment, but we just have to be mindful of the fact that most of that increase in investment is through uncontrollable revenue sources.
Apologies, and again through you, Mr. Mayor, can you clarify what OSIF is, please?
Through you, Mayor Waters. OSIF is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. And I will elaborate a little bit more on that as my presentation comes to pass. No trouble.
Thank you. So this is looking at the same information more in graphical form, and we hope to use a graph such as this on an annual basis to show council the progress we make on asset management recommendations on an annual basis. So the blue component of the graph represents our starting point, which was the $8.8 million we already have built into our budget as of 2022. The orange represents the recommended increase in funding as per our asset management plan. And as I mentioned earlier, that is to allow us to approach 100% optimal investment levels within 40 years. And you'll see that in 2023, the little gray blip there represents that we're going slightly above what was recommended in the asset management plan for 2023. But as I mentioned earlier, a lot of that are uncontrollable sources of revenue that we are relying on at this point. And the orangey yellow color at the top is the optimal investment level for those tax-supported assets. So you can see it's going to take some time to gradually chip away at that yellow bar area, but this shows how that happens over a 10-year period. And this is over a 40-year period, how investment levels shown in blue increase over 40 years to hopefully reach the green, which is optimal funding levels over time. And you can see optimal is increasing at inflationary levels going forward, capital inflationary levels. So we have to be mindful of that target of optimal funding increasing over time as inflation increases. And inflation over 40 years is substantial. Just one final slide before I pass things over to Mayor Waters. We do have some project pre-approvals today, four project pre-approvals, five project pre-approvals today. This is a little bit of a test that we were doing this year to see how well fall tendering actually occurs. And tendering is the process of going out and seeking quotes on capital projects from contractors so that we can hire that contractor to do the bridge work or the road work or the facility work, for example. So in a normal year, what we would do is we would pass a budget in December, and we're passing it in February this year because it is delayed due to the election process. But in a normal year, we would pass the budget in December, and then starting in January, we would start the tendering process. What we found in doing that is we are competing with every other municipality in January to March or April. Once you get past March, you're competing with the provincial government when it comes to tendering documents. and there's only so many suppliers out there for this type of work. So the prices start gradually creeping up as you move beyond January. So what we tried this year, and it worked very, very well, is to do some tenders in the fall. Get ahead of other municipalities, get ahead of the provincial process, and issue these tenders so that contractors can look at these as their first source of work for 2023. That resulted in excellent pricing, and you'll see that later on in the day today. So what we'll be proposing to council is to follow this trend on an annual basis, where we have a fall meeting with council to pre-approve projects and to start the tendering process on those significant projects early, so that we can take advantage of excellent tender pricing. So we can discuss that as we go through the various budget processes from year to year, but you'll see how well that worked this year on the 5 projects that we have identified. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take some questions now. Otherwise, we can roll right into the next budget presentation.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions, comments for Dan? Thank you, Dan, for your excellent presentation. Now we'll move, there's no delegations today, so we'll move into item 7, consideration of reports, budget introductions, and we'll start with item 7.1, 2023 budget basics, and I welcome Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters and members of council. I'll be touching on items 7.1 and 7.2, both budget basics and significant areas impacting the 2023 budget as part of this presentation. So if you'll indulge me, just a little bit of a departure from the normal kind of report introduction, I would appreciate it. So we are here today to introduce the 2023 budget process in advance of the deliberations scheduled for early February 2023. So without further ado, we can jump right in. The agenda for today's discussion that pertains to the pre-budget meeting is as follows. Just do a little bit of housekeeping here, sorry. We'll briefly discuss the 2023 budget process and timing. I'll provide a budget overview. We'll go over property taxation and assessment growth. We'll discuss the other revenues captured in the township's budget. We will take a look at the tax-supported operating budget breakdown, discuss other areas of significance impacting the 2023 budget, as Dan has already alluded to. We'll provide a quick capital overview, and then finally discuss water and wastewater user fees at a very high level. So looking at the 2023 budget for Centre Wellington, as in past years, staff have taken a phased approach, which has entailed planning from May through August, development of budget in greater detail in November and December, internal discussions with staff in December, presentation in preliminary form in January and into February with council and staff, and passage or approval of the 2023 budget in its entirety is scheduled to transpire in February 2023. Looking at the schedule in a little bit more depth, we see that most of the heavy lifting really transpired in 2022, where staff had initiated internal discussions regarding capital and the vehicle and equipment replacements in June. August focused on the 10-year bridge and culvert plan and kick off the operating budget discussions with staff. September focused on staffing strategy and wage and benefit calculations. November focused on completing the 2023 draft capital budget. December focused on much of the budget compilation processes for the operating side of things. And in January, staff prepared the pre-budget meeting, which we're attending here today, with council, and we'll continue with the publication of the 2023 draft budget book later in this month. In February, we'll be starting budget deliberations with council, where public is welcome to request delegations as early as February 6th, with passage scheduled for the council meeting of February 2027 or February 27th, And perhaps worth noting here is that the pre-budget meetings typically transpire much earlier in the year, and this provides council opportunity to provide direction to staff on many key areas influencing the budget process, and staff will be presenting a council report later in this year to define the 2024 budget process and timeline. So jumping right into how the municipal budget works, this slide is really an infographic that depicts the many components that effectively make up the township's annual budget. Looking from left to right, you will note that revenues take the form of property taxes, grants, user fees, and other miscellaneous items. These fund the operating budget, which is comprised of a number of items such as salaries, wages, utilities, fuel, supplies, and the like. The operating budget must also consider debt servicing payments and contributions to and from reserve and reserve funds. And debt, reserve funds, as well as external source revenues such as development charges and developer contributions aid in funding the capital program. And while the previous slide has indicated there are several sources of funding and flows to the township's annual budget, this slide really helps simplify the understanding that there are really two separate and distinct budget segments, those being operating and capital. And that these two segments are further delineated by funding source. So in each operating and capital, there are tax-supported, waterworks supported, and wastewater supported streams of funding. And perhaps more simply, supported can be viewed as funded. So the revenues that support each of these areas are from taxation and user fees associated with water and wastewater services. And now, if it will work, we'll look at a video that will hopefully pull these concepts together for you.
Okay, I would like to help you understand how your municipality develops its budget. We always hear about them, and often this can feel like another language altogether. Before we get started, there's important information you should know. Ontario municipalities, like the municipality of MFOA, receive approximately 9% of all taxes collected, but are responsible for over 50% of the infrastructure. Let's start by looking at what the word budget means. Well, simply put, it's a planned, itemized summary of money that is coming into the municipality and how that money is spent for a specific period of time. It's very important to note that provincial government legislation in Ontario states money coming in equals money going out, also known as revenue equals expenditures or a balanced budget. The municipality of MFOA provides more than 60 services to the citizens of the municipality. So municipal council and administration always have to make difficult decisions to ensure this balancing takes place. There are two main components of the budget when looking at the money going out side of the scale. Operating pays for all the day-to-day activities of the corporation. This includes items such as salaries and wages, utilities, supplies, fuel, and insurance, just to name a few. The capital budget pays for all the new big investments or the rehabilitation of current assets under the municipality's control. So let's focus on how the municipality collects to pay for all these services. For every dollar that comes into the municipality, 64 cents comes from property taxes, 21 cents from grants and subsidies, and 15 cents from user fees and other sources. So, now we've learned what a budget is, how municipalities collect money, and how they spend it. Now let's take a look at how these pieces work together. Money comes in through property taxes, grants and subsidies, and user fees. The money collected is required for both the operating and capital budget. We've already talked about the operating budget, including day-to-day expenses, but it also includes money for funding capital budgets. The capital budget pays for all the new big investments or the rehabilitation of current assets under the municipality's control. This connection is made through three methods. The capital levy method reflects a pay-as-you-go approach. the reserve fund method, which reflects a planned save now, acquire or use later approach, and the debt payment approach. Okay, so let's recap. 1. A budget is a plan for money coming in and money going out. There are 2 building blocks to the municipality's budget: operating and capital. 2. The operating budget is like you're paying your house bills to keep the lights on. Just like in a normal household, our bills go up with inflation. 3. The capital budget is like your major outlays: vehicles, house, renovations, etc. 4. Money comes in from 3 sources: property tax levy, user fees, and grants and subsidies. 5. Money coming in is used to deliver over 60 services to municipality residents. 6. Municipal council and administration, with the input of the public, decide how to best balance the municipal budget, guided by provincial legislation. And that is how your municipality develops its budget.
So a pretty good quick little video as a resource. It is public domain and available. That is from YouTube, so council and staff are welcome to visit that at any time. Important to note that is that MFOA municipality is fictional, and that some of the percentages utilized are for demonstration purposes only. So the 64 cents is not indicative of Centre Wellington per se, but does help kind of form some context around how the municipal budgeting works. So getting a little bit more granular now and delving into the revenue sources, we can see that from a property taxation standpoint, there are both taxes levied and the penalties and interest imposed on delinquent accounts. Also supporting the operating budget, there are dedicated grants, such as the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. However, as we will see a little bit later in this presentation, the township has had to become less reliant on this as a funding source, as the revenues have been on a steady decline and now represent around 1% of the externally generated revenues supporting the township's annual budget. User fees are also a source of revenue ancillary to tax levy, as Dan had alluded to in his presentation, and these include fees and charges associated with programming, utilization, services, and other charges outside of water and wastewater user fees. And lastly, other forms of revenue include investment income and equity from owned subsidiaries such as Centre Wellington Hydro. Now looking specifically at the concept of taxation and how the township, in concert with the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, or MPAC, administers tax assessment and the municipal tax levy, we will again view a quick video that will hopefully provide a little bit of insight and clarity on the taxation side of things.
Property taxes are based on your home's value. What you might not know is that an increase in your home's value doesn't necessarily mean your taxes will go up. To explain, let's take a look at how your property taxes are calculated. Imagine there's a town that only has 3 homes, and they're each worth a different amount. The total cost to provide all of the town's services is $1,200. This is collected through property taxes. Each homeowner pays property taxes based on their home's assessed value. So we take the total cost of services and divide it by the total property value. This tax rate is applied to all the houses to get enough money to pay for the town's services. Each homeowner pays according to the assessed value of their home, and every 4 years, the houses are reassessed. Let's say all 3 properties have gone up equally in value. The total cost of services hasn't changed, but the total property value has increased. When this happens, there will be a decrease in the tax rate. Now, when we apply that new rate on all the homes, everyone still pays the same. Now, let's say another 4 years has gone by, and these homes are reassessed. During this time, the house on the right gains more market value than the other 2. The total value of all the homes have increased, which means the town has to calculate a new tax rate. With this new tax rate, the first 2 homes will actually pay less than the home on the right that was reassessed at a higher value. Since the cost of services hasn't changed, the town doesn't need to collect more property taxes on the whole. However, since property taxes are based on a home's value, taxes for each individual home could potentially go up or down based on the rest of the homes. So, what happens when the cost to provide services goes up? Well, it means more property taxes need to be collected from every home, and a new tax rate is calculated. To get the new rate, we take that amount that the town now needs and divide it by all of the property values. The new rate is applied to all the homes, and now everyone has to pay the new tax amount to continue to fund the town's services. So, let's review. 1. Property taxes are based on the assessed value of a home. If all assessments go up equally, everyone pays the same. 2. If all assessments do not go up equally, there's a redistribution of the tax. 3. If the town's cost to provide services increases, the municipality may choose to increase the tax rate. When this happens, everyone pays their share of that increase. And that explains the relationship between property value and property taxes.
So again, a video provided by MPAC, available on their website and again on YouTube, very much public domain. So a great resource if you ever are questioned by residents or members of the public. So elaborating on this video, it is important to note that the township is not responsible for property assessment. This is conducted by the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, or MPAC, and currently all property assessments in Ontario are predicated on a January 1st, 2016 valuation. The valuation date is established by the Ontario government and define the date in which the value of every resident's property is to be established. Or put another way, the valuation is the price the property might have reasonably sold for in its current state and condition on January 1st, 2016. Worth noting, and as alluded to in the video, property assessments are typically conducted every 4 years. And doing the math now, you might note that the valuations are 2016 and we now reside in 2023. And the 4-year assessments are typically phased in equally over the 4-year assessment or assessment period. However, COVID and several other factors have given pause to the typical 4-year assessment period, and the anticipated 2020 assessment has been delayed. The timing or date of the new assessment has not yet been established or prescribed by the Ontario government, thus the continued use of the January 1st, 2016 valuation date.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for taking my questions. I'm curious about how this is going to affect our community when we're looking at 6, potentially 7 or 8 years. That increase is going to feel substantial to our homeowners. And what's our approach as we look forward?
I would suggest that the approach in terms of our tax levy process doesn't change. The assessment will change depending on whatever date is prescribed by the province of Ontario, and it will be administered across both the municipality and the province. So as the video alluded to, as the assessment increases, it is increased either up or down depending on the property type and location, and we would just administer on the same basis. I'm sure, and a lot of us are anxiously awaiting any kind of new coming information from the province in terms of when the assessment will transpire and whether or not it will be a 4-year assessment or if they're going to start truncating that. So again, as Dan had alluded to, growth within the township results in increased operating expenses. As there would be more roads, sidewalks, water and wastewater mains, more parks, sports fields and playgrounds, increased demand for programs, more service provision from a fire standpoint, and more processing of tax bills, administration, customer service, and bylaw enforcement requirements. And in addition to these growth-related cost pressures, townships continue to see additional service requirements brought on by provincial downloading of services and reporting requirements. And continuing with the concept of growth, it has been the township's position that growth is to pay for itself. In lay terms, this means that the township is not looking for existing residents to subsidize growth impacts experienced by the township. From an operating perspective, costs associated with this service expansion is funded through additional taxation assessment and water and wastewater user fees. From a capital perspective, growth-related capital requirements are predominantly funded through development charges or developer contributions whenever permissible. The township's 10-year historical growth average in terms of percentage of assessment growth is 2.75%. However, and as Dan had mentioned, the 2022 to 2023 year-over-year growth is coming in at 2.12%. Also worth noting here is that planning, which is integral in accommodating growth in a sustainable way, is still heavily tax subsidized. However, a report is forthcoming to council that will detail a review of the township's existing and proposed planning fees to address this issue. And this slide graphically depicts the township's historical organic assessment growth. And as you can see, there have been some fairly significant ebbs and flows to these growth figures, and these growth figures are largely attributable to the township's reliance on MPAC's activities to assess new development. And this makes, as you can appreciate, planning for growth-related revenues extremely difficult, to say the least. And now we can just have a quick pause and look at other sources of revenue ancillary to taxation. As previously mentioned, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, or OMPF, is a grant that the township receives annually to support the operating budget. However, in recent years, the township has had to become less reliant on this as a significant funding source or revenue source for the township, as it has been on a steady decline since 2009. And as can be seen in this slide, the township once saw OMPF allocations in excess of $1.5 million annually. However, as of 2023, this has dwindled to just $167,000. And looking at Centre Wellington's allocation of OMPF in comparison to our member municipalities within Wellington County, we can see that Centre Wellington is the lowest amongst our peers, with Centre Wellington being represented by the bar on the extreme right-hand side of this slide.
This first meeting had a lot of questions. Can you clarify why? Is that because we're doing better or worse or struggling more or less? What does that mean that there's such a substantial difference?
It's a formula-based calculation for OMPF and is largely predicated on rural and farmland. And as we continue to expand as a municipality and become less reliant on rural resources and more urban resources from a tax funding standpoint, our allocation starts to decrease. That's it at a very, very high level because the assumption there is that there is more tax dollars available with more density, as opposed to in a rural area where there would be less tax dollars available to administer services.
Perhaps I can meet with you later first and do
I could give you documents and documents on how this is calculated and the formulas, and they do change fairly routinely.
Thank you so much.
So transitioning now to fees and charges as a source of revenue ancillary to taxation. Annually, the township passes a bylaw to set fees and charges for the township. This annual process is typically completed in conjunction with the annual budget process, as fees and charges revenue informs the annual budget and impacts the anticipated revenue to support operations. Worth noting is that many fees and charges are imposed on a less than cost recovery basis, meaning that they are partially subsidized by taxation to keep programs and services affordable to residents. Increasing fees and charges annually by inflationary levels ensures that this tax subsidization does not increase or decrease, but remains static. But as you can appreciate, you can't have one without the other. And as previously mentioned, the fees and charges bylaw is typically updated in lockstep with the annual budget process. And for the purposes of 2023 fees and charges review, township staff have proposed utilization of an inflationary rate of 3.5% in most instances, unless other specific pressures have been witnessed. And the township's fees and charges bylaw includes the categories of parks and recreation, fire, cemeteries, building services, planning services, corporate services, infrastructure services as well as water and wastewater, and township-wide charges. Also worth noting is that a report on the township's fees and charges and associated bylaw will be presented later in this meeting for council consideration. So using 2022 as a proxy, the graphic on this slide depicts the types of revenues supporting the tax-supported operating budget by percentage. And as you can see, taxation represents the largest source at 54%, followed by other revenues, which include investment income and the like, and then fees and charges, transfers from reserve and reserve funds, penalties and interest, and then OMPF, as the previously mentioned 1%. These next few slides have been included here to round out the discussion on a typical residential dwelling tax bill.
Hi, Adam, we have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Councilor Milton.
Through your Mayor Waters, just if you could talk a little bit more about reserve funds, like what are they typically used for, and what are the opportunities for the township to use a reserve fund to plan for future projects or something like that?
Certainly, and through you, Mayor Waters. Reserve funds are typically funds set aside through the annual budgeting process to fund future obligations. Some of those reserves can be established to kind of help normalize tax levy increases or decreases or other things of that nature. In terms of reserves and reserve funds, I'll talk about a little bit about those later in the presentation. Some of them can be reserves, which are basically directives of council and established through either policy or the budget process. And also worth noting is that reserves don't receive an annual allocation of interest, whereas reserve funds can be either discretionary or obligatory. Some are legislated for the township to maintain, and others are discretionary and at the will of council. And reserve funds do receive an annual allocation of interest income. So these next few slides have been included here to round out the discussion on a typical residential dwelling tax bill. And on this slide, we are visually representing the taxes collected. So the township collects taxes levied by the township, the education boards, and the county. And as you can see, for every dollar collected by the township, we retain just 30 cents. 56 cents of every dollar collected through taxation is remitted to the county, and the remaining 14 cents to the education boards. And this slide here shows the history in terms of the percentage split on the typical residential tax bill. The green line representing the county contribution, the blue line the township, and the black declining line the education boards. And this slide here depicts the allocation of the 30 cents retained by the township for the taxes levied to residents, again using 2022 as a proxy. And as you can see, community services is the largest recipient of those tax dollars, followed by infrastructure services, other services, which include the GRCA levies, health and safety, contributions to capital, and the BIAs, followed by corporate services, administration, and then planning and development.
Through you, Mayor Waters, just question why planning and development services is so low. Does that include operating and everything, or is it because operating is lower?
The reason being is that is the tax subsidized portion of planning and development. They also have their own source of revenues through planning fees.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So this slide here just graphically depicts the historical amount of taxation as a percentage of gross revenues for the township. And as can be seen here, this has remained relatively consistent since 2010. And lastly, this graphic demonstrates the history of salaries, wages, and benefits as a percentage of gross expenditures for the township, which has remained relatively stable since 2010 as well, and has hovered somewhere between 42 and 49% for the township. We'll now transition the discussion to other significant items impacting the 2023 budget, and that being the operating budget for the Township of Centre Wellington. Now I say impacting the Township of Centre Wellington because that is the focus of the discussion here today. However, it's worth noting that many of the items influencing our 2023 budget are being widely recognized by both member municipalities and beyond. So firstly, and has been discussed previously during council orientation sessions, is the topic of inflationary impacts or factors. This in particular has come under laser focus for the township staff as it is being experienced across service lines. At a macro level, the township's operating budget has a blend of costs that are either affected by increases associated with operating, capital, or not affected at all by inflation factors. Out the township, we look to particular indices to verify or confirm the increases that have either been directly witnessed or are leading indicators of what the township can anticipate for cost fluctuation for budgeting purposes.
What might be an example of no? Apologies. What might be an example of no impact from inflation?
In any areas where we've secured debt, they're locked in at prescribed interest rates, so those wouldn't be affected by inflation. It would be an example. So as mentioned, most notably in terms of the indices utilized by the township for the purposes of our budgeting processes, we utilize two: the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, and this is used to either inform or verify operating inflationary impacts. We also look to the Non-Residential Building Construction Price Index, or NRB CPI, and this is used to inform or verify capital budgetary impacts or implications. So this slide here shows the historical year-over-year change to the Consumer Price Index. Again, this index is used to inform or verify operating inflationary impacts that have either been experienced or used as a proxy for estimating the budgetary impact that should be considered when setting operating levels and cost implications for purchasing goods and services. And as can be seen in this graphic, the last 2 years have seen significant increases to this index, with year-over-year increases in 2021 and 2022 at 5.2 and 6.5% respectively. Or, if you're looking at the last 2 years cumulatively, that's 11.7%. These increases would suggest that all things being equal, the cost to purchase goods and services necessary to provide services to residents has increased dramatically. And this slide shows the historical year-over-year change to the Non-Residential Building Construction Price Index. And again, this index is used to inform or verify the capital inflationary impacts that have either been experienced or used as a proxy for estimating the budgetary impact that should be considered when setting the capital cost implications for construction projects. And as can be seen in this graphic, the last 2 years have seen even larger than the CPI increases in this index year over year in 2021 and 2022, 11.7 and 15.6% respectively, or 27.3% cumulatively over the last 2 years. This would suggest that all things being equal, the cost to undergo capital construction works has risen sharply over the last 2 years, to say the very least. And if we were looking strictly year over year in terms of the implications of inflationary factors of these indices and weighing the operating and capital activities of the township using the 2022 budgetary measures as a proxy for the inflationary implications, this analysis would suggest that inflationary impacts alone would amount to a 9.1% increase to the cost to deliver services to residents, with all things being equal. That said, township staff are acutely aware that implementing such increases on a tax levy would not be palatable for council nor residents. Thus, these inflationary metrics are not used in isolation when casting budgets, but are presented for informational purposes to council. Outside of inflationary factors, there are a host of other significant areas impacting the township budget. And next item to be discussed are staffing costs. As the township grows and introduces new or higher levels of service, there is a need to expand staff levels. These staff needs have been carefully measured and included in the 2023 draft budget. Also worth noting is that beyond increasing staff complement at the township, there's a number of ancillary staffing cost increases that the township has either limited or no control over. However, these must still be contemplated when budgeting. These include CPP increases, EI increases, group benefit cost increases, mandated extension of benefits to part-time employees, and the movement of staff through the salary grid. Also worth noting is that staff attraction and retention continues to be an area of focus for the township, as employment market has seen significant changes over the last few years. Another area of concern for the township is the increasing cost of fuel. Market volatility in commodity pricing has required staff to make certain assumptions when budgeting fuel costs in 2023. In its preliminary form, the operating budget cost pressures would suggest that this area alone is responsible for a year-over-year price increase of $171,000. And this is to the tax-supported budget alone.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is probably well out of its place, but again, early meetings and lots of questions. When we look at this and we know where we're going, insofar as costs go with energy, are we considering potentially using things like solar panels on some of our buildings, or are we looking at options to offset some of the costs as we move forward?
Through our through you, Mayor Waters, through our asset management planning, we are required to look at things from an environmental standpoint going forward. I would suggest that staff are acutely aware that there are options available, but they also come at a cost. So I would suggest further that as part of the strategic planning process with this sitting of council, this is an area of topic of focus. And the last item of discussion as it pertains to significant areas impacting the 2023 budget is the topic of municipal insurance. And again, Dan has touched on this one at a high level. Municipal insurance continues to be an area of significant cost increases for all townships and is not unique to Centre Wellington. However, for Centre Wellington, our insurance carrier has suggested renewal terms for 2023 amounting to an 18.2% year-over-year increase on premium alone. And these premium increases for 2023 are largely attributable to building cost replacement increases and the continued hard insurance market for Ontario municipalities, giving rise to significant increases to all participants in the sector. Next, we'll touch on capital funding. So for bridge and major culvert rehabilitation, there are two major sources of funding for the township. The first of which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, or OCIF, and the other being the township's dedicated capital levy. For 2023, the OCIF allocation calculations have been modified to use forward-looking replacement values, and these were previously historical values from the township's annual financial information return filings. And worth noting here that the change in allocation calculations shines a light on the importance of thorough asset management planning and practices and necessitates the township to ensure that its asset data is comprehensive and accurate. We heard Dan say that we have over $1 billion in owned assets from a replacement value standpoint, and if we're our allocations from an annual standpoint, from an OCIF perspective, are going to be predicated on those, we have better make sure that they are up-to-date, accurate, and we're capturing the most up-to-date information from an inflationary standpoint. Also worth noting is that in 2022, most Ontario townships were subject to a funding windfall under this program, and that the township's treatment of the 2022 OCIF allocation top-up was to direct the funds to reserves for utilization in the 2023 capital budget. So this slide just looks at the historical allocations of OCIF funding received by the township, and we can see that the township was a recipient of increasing allocations from 2015 through 2019. That would suggest that we had some fairly significant growth. And 2019 through 2021 saw a little bit of a plateau on funding allocations. Then a significant increase in 2022 with a notification of the top-up. And then for 2023, an updated allocation calculation using forward-looking metrics and bringing the 2023 allocation to just shy of $3 million. Another significant source of funding for the township's capital budget is development charges. This funding source represented 10% of the capital budget funding in 2022 and 18% in the 2023 capital budget in draft form. This stark increase is largely attributable to a developer servicing finance agreement associated with the capital works on Beatty Line. The annual target funding level for the 2022 capital budget and 10-year forecast was established at $1.7 million per year, unless there were significant projects or agreements in place that would warrant departure from the targeted amounts. And the reason for the targeted contribution is to maintain, to ensure that DC proceeds continue to be available for the township and that strong DC reserve balances are being maintained. Also worth noting here, and as previously discussed during council orientation sessions, is the newly passed Bill 23 legislation. And it has introduced a number of changes that the township must be aware of, as they will have lasting implications on the amount of development charge revenues available to the township and what we can anticipate receiving for future development works. Some of these changes include, but are not limited to, further exemption for residential units, new statutory exemptions for affordable and attainable units, inclusionary zoning units, and nonprofit housing development. There's also been changes to the allocation of historical levels of service, now utilizing a 15-year average, previously 10. There has been further capital cost exclusions for studies and land acquisitions, as Dan had mentioned. Fortunately, these aren't impacting the township until our next iteration of the DC study. And also worth noting is the necessity to phase in new development charges over 5 years, starting at 80%, then gradually working its way up till it's 100% DC eligible. And there's also reductions in DCs for rental housing being imposed through Bill 23. So I think now we'll take another look at a video to help with the explanation of development charges, what they are, how they are imposed, and what they can be used for.
So, development charges can be a very complicated and sensitive topic. So let me start by telling you how development charges are defined. Development charges are a fee charged by the municipality for the recovery of growth costs. Growth costs are recovered to build new infrastructure supporting growth, to pay down existing debt for past growth works, and to avoid taxpayers paying for costs that serve growth. Development charges do not pay for operating costs or infrastructure renewal. That's paid for by new taxes from new homes and businesses, also known as assessment growth. Development charges must be paid when a building permit is issued for most new buildings. Development charges would be charged for new buildings, expanded buildings, and converted buildings, and are split into different groups and classifications. Let's look at a hypothetical example of a subdivision development and development charges in action. We will get to know how development charges are calculated in a moment. In order for this area to undergo development, it will need a stormwater management facility, major water mains, sanitary sewers and sewer pipes, also known as trunks. With these major services now available, the developer of the land can undertake the planning needed to lay out street patterns and other servicing needs. These other services required are paid for by the developer and not development charges. Building of new homes or commercial enterprises can begin. Over several years, the subdivision is populated, built out, and may require a district park and community center. These items would be partially funded by development charges. It's now time to look at how development charge rates are calculated, which can be the most complicated item. But first, it's important to know that all municipalities in Ontario must follow the Development Charges Act, which outlines rules municipalities must follow for setting a development charge rate. The main focus of development charge calculation is recovering the appropriate amount of money from individuals who are sparking municipal growth. In simple terms, the rate is calculated as follows. The total dollar value of major growth projects, which is made up of the number of major growth projects, timing of projects, and post-period benefit, as well as other factors. This is then divided by the projected growth to be sparked by projects, which is made up of the amount of the forecasted units in space and splits by development type. Okay, let's recap what we have learned. 1. Development charges are fees collected by a municipality for the recovery of growth costs. 2. Development charges are governed by the Province of Ontario under the Development Charges Act. 3. Development charges only pay for the initial capital cost of major growth-related services that have been identified as part of the rate-setting process. 4. Development charges are paid by individuals or entities looking to construct new buildings, expand buildings, or convert buildings for a different use. 5. Development charge rate calculations are based on the formula of total dollar value of major growth projects divided by the projected growth to be sparked by those projects. And that explains how your municipality uses development charges to pay for growth.
Sorry. Okay, so now that with Bill 23, if you could clarify for me, just so I'm clear, the development charges that we see in that video going to the developer, what percentage of that is now being eaten by us, given the new bill?
Going to be a difficult one to quantify because it's largely predicated on the types of development being done within the municipal boundaries. However, with certain items being imposed by Bill 23, such as the phased-in approach to development charges, we would only be eligible for 80% of the calculated charge upfront, which would be phased in over 5 years. So really, really tough one to quantify in terms of the dollar amount, but we do know that they will have some lasting implications.
With continued respect to the mayor, so am I to understand then that our challenge is going to be quite significant moving forward in that we have a smaller operating budget, it would seem, and we're going to be losing some of that to the new bill as well. So our budget designing was going to be very different, I would imagine, this time than it's been for a long time.
From a capital planning standpoint, I would suggest you're absolutely right.
Thank you, sadly, for clarifying.
Again, through you, Mayor Waters, outside of OSIF, the dedicated capital levy and development charges, there are also a number of other funding sources used in facilitation of the township's capital budgets. These include vehicle, equipment, and facility replacement reserves, the general capital reserve, the Canada Community Building Fund, or formerly the federal gas tax, and allocations from the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation, or OLG, funds received by the township. Vehicle, equipment, and facility replacement reserves receive a contribution from the operating budget annually and were consolidated in 2020. And staff are recommending proceeding with the vehicle replacements for 2023 and 2024 in the 2023 calendar year, and a report will be presented later in this pre-budget meeting to more fully detail the request and reasoning. The General Capital Reserve also receives an annual contribution, and staff are recommending maintaining the contribution at 2022 levels, or $900,000. However, as Dan had also alluded to previously, the 2022 Asset Management Plan recommendation was that this annual contribution be increased in future budgets, equivalent to a 2% increase to taxation, to mitigate the funding gap currently being witnessed on specific asset types. And as you will note from Dan's slide, the roads component being shown in red and in need of much needed allocation dollars to facilitate that funding gap currently. Staff are further proposing maintaining a minimum balance in the general capital reserve at $1.1 million. This is to enable accommodation of any unforeseen or emergent township needs. And staff are also recommending that the township's reserve and reserve fund policy be reviewed with council at a future meeting of 2023. And lastly, worth noting is that there is approximately $2.4 million available from the general capital reserve to fund the 2023 capital program. And the last of the significant funding sources in support of the tax-supported capital budget are the proceeds from the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation received by the township. The allocation policy approved for the 2020 budget and used for the 2021 and 2022 budgets allocated proceeds at 88% to township capital to a maximum of $2.2 million, 5% to arts, culture, and heritage, and the remaining amount to economic development. For the purposes of the 2023 budget, staff are recommending a change to the allocation policy with immediate effect, and the allocation being proposed is 90% to township capital, up from the previous 88%, and the removal of the $2.2 million cap, 4% to community impact grants, 3% to heritage, and the remaining 3% to economic development. Also worth noting is a report more fully detailing the proposed changes will be presented later in this pre-budget meeting.
Through you, Mayor Waters. The OLG funds. So the OMPF funds that we get that are so low now, is that impacted by the OLG funds that when we're looked at, you know, oh, they have the raceway, oh, they have this. So they see that influx of funds coming in that support these things, and it's going in the right place, and a fabulous budget, by the way, so far. Is that why? Could that be why we're so low?
I would suggest that the two funding streams are separate and distinct, and that the OMPF does not specifically look at the proceeds from the OLG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So just a slide here. This graphically details the historical OLG proceeds. As you will note, there was a significant disruption to this revenue stream in 2020 and 2021 as a result of the COVID-19 global pandemic. However, there has been a return to pre-COVID levels in the 2022 calendar year. And this stacked bar chart, albeit a little busy, details the historical trend on the internal contributions to the tax-supported capital budget. And worth noting here is the segregation of the facility replacement contribution from the equipment replacement contribution, which is new for 2023 and continues the township's desire to provide more granular detail in its asset management planning activities. And this chart, again, a stacked bar chart, details the historical levels of external funding in support of the tax-supported capital budget. Of note here are the significant increases to the OCIF and OLG allocations in support of the township's tax-supported capital budget in 2022 and again in 2023. And when looking at the tax-supported capital budget allocations, we see that transportation and public works represents the area where most capital dollars have been directed, both in 2023, which is represented by the blue bar in draft form, and the 5-year historical average representing the orange bar. You'll also note that transportation and public works is behind that. The lead recipients of tax-supported capital dollars are Parks and Recreation, then Fire Services, and Township Studies. And again, a little bit of a hard read on the slide, so I'll just try to articulate it as best I can. Other sources of revenue for capital budgeting are being discussed here, and we'll round out our discussion on the topic. Beginning with reserve and reserve funds. As previously mentioned, reserve and reserve funds are important long-term municipal financial planning tools that are essential to that essentially set funds aside to meet future funding obligations. Reserves are monies that are set aside by the approval of council, usually through policy in the budget process. They're not restricted by legislation and do not receive an annual interest allocation. Reserve funds, on the other hand, can be either discretionary or obligatory in nature and do receive an annual interest allocation. And the township's obligatory reserve funds include cash in lieu of parking reserve, the gas tax reserve, the building code reserve fund, and development charge reserve funds. Discretionary reserve funds are established at the direction of council and are typically specific in use and in nature.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Adam, for additional details. I'm just curious with the reserve funds, if you can do something like how we want to eventually build an indoor recreational facility, like a turf facility or something like that. Can council create a reserve fund that would start building towards that eventual capital investment?
Provided it is at the direction of council and met by a kind of a, how would I put that? Yes, provided you have more than half of council in agreement with us doing such a thing, yes, you absolutely can. So carrying on, debt is another lever that can be utilized as a capital financing tool. It is important to note, however, that debt is not a revenue tool, but rather an option available to municipalities to fund things like capital projects. Townships typically incur debt to spread out the cost of capital over assets' useful lives when limited or internal or external funding sources exist, when low interest rates are in play, or when escalating project costs are being witnessed. Also important to note is that there are limitations to the amount of debt that any municipality can incur, and this is defined as the annual repayment limit, or ARL, and is set at 25% of their annual own source revenues, such as property taxes, user fees, and investment income. That once you have that calculated, you would have to deduct the annual existing long-term debt servicing costs and payments for other long-term financial obligations to arrive at your annual percentage. The graphic in the lower right-hand portion of this slide represents the 2022 debt forecast prepared by township staff. And as you can see in this graphic, the township's anticipated debt as a percentage of own source revenues, or the blue line on the graphic, does not eclipse the ARL at any point, which is the red line, the horizontal red line depicted above. And in fact, the debt forecast remains well within the township's legislative debt capacity limits, and staff will prepare an updated graph for inclusion in the 2023 draft budget book to be published later in January. And the last topic for today's discussion from my end, and a major contributor to the township's overall annual budget, is the concept of water and wastewater user fees. These fees reside outside of the tax-funded operations of the township and are solely imposed for the purposes of supporting water and wastewater operations for the municipality. The township's water and wastewater fees and charges are informed via an external independent study to define the requirements, rates, and annual incremental increases to the fees to be imposed by the township to support service. The township's most recent water and wastewater rate study was conducted in 2020 by BMA Management Consulting, Inc., and is required to be updated every 5 years. By passing the incremental increases suggested by the water and wastewater rate studies, the township continues to move toward full cost recovery for these business segments. And also worth highlighting here is that the Township Council has historically endorsed every recommendation on rate increases to support these services. And that brings my presentation to a close, and I'm happy to field any further questions the council may have at this time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just one, earlier you spoke of delinquent accounts. Where would these be coming from, and what's our auditing process or our formula to make sure that those numbers don't go awry?
Those are from non-payment of taxes levied to either residents or businesses. And we do have a fairly standardized process, and I believe it's quarterly reporting for delinquent accounts in terms of keeping on top of those to make sure they don't go too far afield. Also, through the Municipal Act, we're afforded opportunities, should they become too delinquent, to impose tax sale regulations.
Okay, thank you.
One question, mine was also a question whether there was a relationship between the increasing communities infrastructure fund and the decreasing OMPF. Thank you.
Again, through you, Mayor Waters, no, two separate and distinct funding streams. So no correlation between the two.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. It was stating that for your water and wastewater user pay, that we're working towards a full cost recovery. Do you know what percentage we sit right now?
I haven't got that information offhand. More often than not, those areas are running a surplus from an operation standpoint. However, that operating surplus informs the capital requirements into future years. So it is really a cost recovery, but it's hard to delineate exactly at what percentage we're at.
Okay. But that's our objective, is to keep increasing so that we do?
Absolutely, so that's not in any way in need of subsidization from other forms of funding.
Okay. And can I do a second question? Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'm not sure, I just wanted to clarify with the Bill 23. Did Dan state that it's 2025 that we're looking at the Development Charges Act changing and being an impact?
I'd have to go back to my notes and perhaps Dan can clarify, but I believe our existing development charges study is November 2020, so it would be required to be updated by November 2025.
Okay, so for this budget 2023 that we're looking at, it is maintaining the level that we're at?
Absolutely, yes.
And probably 2024 as well?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just clarification, wasn't that just for the studies that you can fund through the development charges? Some of the other changes would take effect, or is it anything in Bill 23?
Through Mayor Waters, yeah, that was referring to the funding of studies and land acquisition. The other exemptions provided for affordable attainable housing, for example, they are effective immediately. So we will be providing DC exemptions effective immediately, but from a capital funding perspective, we can more or less maintain what we've been doing historically.
Any more comments, questions? Okay, thank you, Adam, for that part. Maybe we could take a bit of a break, and then we'll resume shortly.
Usually 5-7 minutes.
Let's give ourselves 7 minutes. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'd like to get back to our meeting.
I want the gavel.
Yeah, I always like the gavel. I'd just like to resume our meeting. Thank you. And that's also fun. Yes, so I'd like to welcome, I think it's Mark going to come back and continue on with our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Waters. So I'll take council through a slide deck. There is a bit of overlap here between Dan's presentation and Adam's presentation. But the specifics of my presentation is more focused on the 2023 preliminary capital budget that was in your agenda package. So just a brief agenda here. I'll give you some very high-level information on the 2023 preliminary capital budget. I'll then take you through some significant sources of funding for the capital budget. Give you a little bit of, there's a slide on a little bit of history of the dedicated capital levy and the OSIF funding for the 10-year bridge plan. And that bridge plan will be included in your budget book in a few weeks when it's released. I'll take you through some specific capital budget facts and graphs. And then we will, I'll walk you through specifically on the capital budget document layout itself so that you fully understand how it is set up. And then we'll end with just a couple slides that list off the capital projects that will be reviewed by staff after this presentation in a dashboard format. So the first slide here, the 2023 preliminary capital budget is actually $37.1 million. It is a $26.7 million tax-supported budget and user pay, which you'll hear these terms, user pay, environmental or water wastewater budgets used interchangeably. Essentially, the user pay budget is $10.4 million of that $37.1. This is a significant capital budget. 2018 to 2022 capital budgets averaged about $19 to $20 million. We're essentially double that. And the main reason for that is there's some very, very large projects that are proposed in 2023, and I've listed a few of them there. So a big one, obviously, is ECC renovation that everybody's familiar with. The BD line and East Mill reconstructions are very significant projects as well. We've also got the Dixon Drive servicing for the new business park, McNabb Street water main, and then there is a very large bridge, 16WG on 5th line, that is also being replaced. So how is all this funded? You know, how were we able to fund this $37 million budget? Well, there are some reserve funds being used this year that typically aren't significant sources of funding for the capital budget. The top one being the main one there, the Economic Development Reserve Fund at $4.7 million. Essentially, when the business park was visioned back in the 2021 budget and funded at that point in time somewhat, it was envisioned to be funded from debt. And then the debt would be taken out and it'd be repaid from the future lot sales within the business park. And those lot sales would go in the Economic Development Reserve Fund, and that fund would pay the debt payments. Based on the significant interest we have so far in the business park, we think we should be able to short-term cash flow this project and fund it straight from the Economic Development Reserve Fund. Okay. So within the 4.7 million is also $1.3 million of reversal of debt that was anticipated in the 2021 budget. Okay. So essentially we're replacing what was formerly thought to be debt of 1.3 million with $1.3 million of Economic Development Reserve Fund money. So that is a significant component of funding for this capital budget. Point out a couple others that are a little higher than usual. Dedicated Capital Levy Reserve Fund at $3.5 million. That includes a loan from reserves as well, about $1.4 million, so that we're able to do an extra bridge as well this year. General Capital Reserve is a little higher than usual at $2.4 million. The main reason for that is the surplus from 2021's year end was traditionally what we do is we take the surplus, if there is one, at the end of a year, and it goes into general capital reserve, typically for use in the next year's budget. So that's what we're doing here. Yes.
Through the mayor, is there any formula that comes to us from elsewhere, i.e. ministry, that dictates how much we can keep, how much money we can keep in the bank at any given time, and or a use by, must use these funds by?
Not that I'm aware of. Not
Okay.
for our general bank account, like our operating funds and so forth.
Great, thank you.
Another one that I'll point out as well is the vehicle replacement reserve at 2.2 million. Traditionally, that's usually around $1 million or so. It's higher this year because you probably noticed in the agenda package and the reserve schedules, there is a large pumper for the fire department being replaced. I think it's $950,000. Okay, so next slide, externally generated funds. Dan, I think it was Dan went through kind of a breakdown of those are externally generated and those are internally generated. So externally generated funds are those that we don't have control over. So, you know, we're kind of at the mercy of the federal and provincial governments for the CCBF money, or the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly gas tax, and the OSIF funding. So the OSIF funding is higher than it typically would be. The numbers that Dan and I think Adam talked about for OSIF were based on the funding that we receive, but keep in mind from some earlier slides, the funding we receive goes into a reserve. Sometimes those reserves can be held for years when we do need them. So part of the reason OSIF is higher than usual, or we're using more money out of the OSIF reserve fund, is because when we did the 2022 budget last year, we didn't know exactly how much OSIF funding we were going to receive for 2022. That notice came after we had actually passed the budget. So a determination was made to use that increased in funding in the 2023 capital budget. And from, I think Adam had a slide on this, there was a significant increase from 2021's OSIF to 2022's OSIF. It basically doubled. OLG funding there of 2.2 million. And again, we're kind of, I think there was a slide on this as well earlier where you could see a large drop off in 2021 and 2022's OLG, or 2020 and 2021's OLG funding that was received, which is actually used in the following year. You can see the large drop off because of the temporary closure of the slots facility as a result of COVID restrictions. And that did have a significant impact on the 2021 and 2022 capital budgets. So some other external sources of funding that are used in the 2023 preliminary capital budget. It was mentioned earlier that we typically budget using $1.7 million of development charges each year for the purposes of funding growth projects. This year we're using $6.9 million, so significantly higher than the 1.7. But the main reason is there's an early payment agreement with the developer for the reconstruction of BD Line North. So you would have seen within the capital budget a number of BD Line projects. These are being funded through that early payment agreement, the DCs that we received as a result. And the last component to fund the capital budget, the preliminary capital budget, is net debt of about 2.3 million. And I'll explain the net piece in a second. But essentially the budget proposes $3.1 million for a couple of well exploration projects to do the studies and environmental assessment portions of it. And also debt is proposed for the next phase of the corporate operations facility project, and that's about $560,000. Total of that is about $3.6 million. You recall earlier I mentioned that 1.3 million we're doing a replacement of the debt that was proposed for the Dixon Drive servicing. We're replacing that, so essentially it's a reduction to debt, and we're replacing it with the Economic Development Reserve Fund. That's how you get to the net amount of 2.3 million. I should note as well that the debt that we are proposing is for 100% of the growth portion of those, essentially it's 3 projects there. So future principal and interest payments related to that debt will all be funded from development charges. There won't be a dollar of tax-supported money going towards the repayment of that debt. Next slide just summarizes some of the ways that the capital budget can really vary from year to year. So one way is inclusion of growth-related projects typically funded from development charges. So a prime example of that is the BD line reconstruction projects. They're significantly DC funded. Also, the inclusion of large debt-funded projects. So some examples of that would be the ones I just mentioned on the last slide. We've got the operations facility and also the two well exploration projects. There's also, you could have timing of large capital projects funded from various replacement reserves. So an example of that is the pumper for the fire department at $950,000. And another one is a use of a reserve that's been set aside to fund a specific project in the future. And that's fund that's been set aside essentially is the Economic Development Reserve Fund, and it was specifically set up to fund the Dixon Drive employment land servicing. There are some other things that can vary. A one-time subsidy from the government could have a significant impact as well. If they come up with a specific funding program that's kind of one time, that could increase our capital budget significantly as well. There are no instances of that in 2023. Just a quick slide here on a little bit of history on the dedicated capital levy. You hear us refer to it as the DCL a lot. So the dedicated capital levy and the OSIF funding bridge plan. As I mentioned earlier, there will be a specific 10-year plan that will be included in your budget book that will detail the planned timing of bridges to be replaced. So back in 2015, Council today decided, well, a little bit of history, bridges were in rough shape back in 2015. It was very difficult to fund the replacement of a bridge with our current, with the current funding that we had for our capital program. So it was decided by the Council today to create a dedicated capital levy for the funding specifically of bridges and major culvert replacement. At the same time as well, the province came out with the OSIF program, so the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. And it was decided at the time that those would be, the DCL and OSIF would be the two specific pillars, I guess, of funding for the 10-year structure replacement plan. And what happened between the 2015 and 2020 budgets was a 2% increase in that dedicated capital levy each year. And the 2% was based on a 2%, it was equivalent to a 2% increase in the regular taxation levy, okay? So over the years, it grew. I think it got up to about 1.5 million-ish by the end of 2020. And at that point in time, I was thought, okay, we have between OSIF, which had grown to almost 1.3 as well, we had about $2.8 million available. And the plan was we wanted to make sure we could do at least one big bridge each year. At the meantime, behind the scenes, we were doing our asset management planning, and it became quite evident out of that, as Dan showed in one of his slides, that we needed, bridge funding was starting to be funded fairly decent. We really needed money in road rehab and replacement. So we're proposing that the funding for the bridge plan, the OSIF funding, be capped at about 1.27 million, which is the amount that we received for 2021, be capped at that amount for funding of bridges, and any increases above that would go towards funding road rehab and replacement, okay? And the dedicated capital levy, as I mentioned, the increase is the 2% increase each year, ceased with the 2020 budget, and since then, it only increases by assessment growth, okay, which adds about $30,000 each year to the dedicated capital levy. That just ensures that all new growth gets charged some kind of levy, gets charged the dedicated capital levy. And it helps to kind of offset the implications of inflation somewhat. All right, so the next few slides are just some graphs, just basically depicting the 2023 capital budget visually. For the most part, it's pretty comparable to the year before for 2022's budget, with the exception of the development charges. So the red piece of pie there, that's about 9 or 10% higher than it was last year. Almost 20% of the capital budget is funded from DCs, and that I don't think I've ever seen that in the 15 years I've been here. So it is quite significant. Next slide kind of narrows this down to that purple piece of pie that was in the last slide, which was the which essentially was the reserve component. Okay, so this expands that reserve component and brings in as well the water and wastewater piece. Again, pretty comparable to the year before, and these don't change that much. But the two that I will point out is the blue piece of pie on the bottom right there, the Economic Development Reserve Fund at 17%. As I mentioned before, it's usually not a significant funding source for the capital budget, and this year it is actually the biggest source. And I'll point out OSIF as well, as I mentioned earlier, with the additional funding that we received for 2022 that was unexpected, essentially a doubling of what we thought it was going to be. We're using that funding this year, so it becomes a very significant source in the 2023 budget. And now we've looked at the funding side, let's flip and now look at kind of the expenditure side of things. So where are we spending the money, in what areas? And this actually is fairly typical as well. The one piece that will change here would be the water and wastewater components from year to year. They will change. And it just is dependent on whether how many integrated capital projects we're doing, where we're replacing the road, water, and sewer at the same time, or are there big one-off projects like just a water main replacement that we're doing. I will point out here that the environmental budget, or the water wastewater budgets, total about 28% of the overall capital budget that's being proposed. And that is fairly comparable to other years. The 5-year average is about 30 to 31%. Essentially is the user pay budget for capital. And I think you've already seen this slide, but essentially this is narrowing it down again, 2023's preliminary capital budget versus the 5-year average. So you can see transportation's a little higher than usual, and again, it's I think you probably kind of caught the theme here. It's the BD line work, it's the East Mill work, it's there's an 8th line project. There's just a number of large transportation projects this year. Now, this is a very important slide because I'll walk you through the actual capital budget document so you can gain a little bit of insight into the nature of projects, when they were first proposed and so forth. And I'll show you how to kind of grasp that concept as we work through this. So I'll just work from left to right, and I apologize for the size. I couldn't figure out how to get this any bigger. But on the far left, reference number, when we're going through the capital budget, it's best to refer to the reference numbers. Okay, it's easy for everybody to find them because they're all sequential. Next column, project number. So this is very important. From this project number, you can actually gather whether it's an existing project, what year it was proposed in a 10-year capital forecast. Is it a brand new project? And the way to do that is, I'll point out reference number 3 there, which is 2016-013. What that denotes is that in that project, which is township-wide compensation market review, was somewhere in the 10-year forecast in 2016. So that was the first year it was brought forward. So all those projects that are listed reference 4 through 12, all the 2023 ones are all new projects, okay? So once a project is approved in a budget, it then gets a number like reference numbers 1 and 2, okay? That's actually the second and third string of our general ledger accounts, okay? So if you see anything that starts with just 3 numbers, you know it's an existing project, and in 99% of the cases, it probably means it's a top-up to that project, okay? So it's been funded in a prior budget, or it could have been funded in multiple prior budgets, okay? You will occasionally, I don't think there's any in 2023, but you will see the odd F project when you get the 10-year forecast in your budget book. those are ancient projects. F stood for forecast. Those are ones when we actually got the budget program in 2008, and they were somewhere, F projects are ones that were somewhere in the 10-year forecast in 2007. Okay?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm looking at your smile and I'm
I know what the
befuddled.
question
So
is.
we have projects that we already looked at and determined they were already old and now they're really old with an F?
Yes, so the F, we had to get the projects into the capital budget, right? When we set this all up in 2008. So we denoted those from 2007 with an F. So if there are a handful of them left, and that's why I was smiling, it's, you know.
An
we're-
example?
We're 15 years on from that.
It's a long time.
It is.
How long, could you give us an example?
Off the top of my head, actually, no, I can't. Some of them, though, I know are even still sitting out in the 10th year. I think what we'll do is we'll talk about those further.
Absolutely.
Because I can't
Thank you.
remember what they are off the top of my head. I just don't want you shocked when you're, explaining
You
the
already shocked
system
me,
here, and
that's
all of a
okay.
sudden you're seeing Fs. What does that mean?
Thank you.
All right, so I'll just continue work my way across. So project title is pretty obvious. 2023 budget column there, so a very important column as well. This is the an estimate of kind of the budget ask, so the funding ask for that particular project. Then the next kind of 4 columns, I guess, are external financing sources. So remember I mentioned earlier that a budget could be changed, I guess, by a significant one-time subsidy we get from the government. A subsidy like that would go in that column, okay? Development charges, very busy column, obviously in the 2023 budget. Developer contributions is the next one. So that's if a developer gives a kind of one-time contribution towards a project. And the only thing that kind of ever shows up in there is if there's a project that may have some kind of fundraising component or donation component to it. So if you take your 2023 budget less the external financing, you'll then get the next column, which is the net cost of the township. So this is a piece that we have to fund with our own reserves and debt we may have to take out, or essentially reserves and debt. So the next 3 columns are kind of our internal sources of tax supporting funding, so reserves, so that'll be our CCBF reserve, our OSIF reserve, general capital reserve, economic development reserve will show up in there. And then the other column is not used, and debt, if there is any kind of tax supported debt for a project, it'll go into that debt column. And then the last 3 columns under that section of user pay are water and wastewater reserves and debt that's specific to water and wastewater as well. Okay? And you will notice, if you look through it, you'll see some odd negative amounts in the debt column, and that is related to the essentially reversal for the Dixon Drive servicing that's replaced with funding from the Economic Development Reserve Fund. Okay? And the last couple slides are basically just a list of the capital project dashboard that we'll go through after this presentation. So you can read them as easily as I, so I'm not going to waste your time reading them, but we have a couple of projects under plans and studies we'll go through. There's a Parks and Rec project. There's a handful of roads and bridge projects there. And then we've got 2, 4, 6 water, wastewater projects. A lot of these projects I've already kind of mentioned. These are kind of some of the big ones that are having implications on the 2023 preliminary capital budget. And then at the end, we've got some facilities and other, which essentially would be kind of the fire vehicle replacement. All right, any questions? Let me get to that slide there.
Of course. Through you, Through you, Mr. Mayor. First question is around developer contribution dollars. Is that obligatory?
No, they're not obligatory. These essentially would just be developer contributions towards a specific project.
So we're not in a position to budget accordingly, knowing that there's no guarantee that money's coming in.
Typically, they're based on an agreement. If there's an agreement in place that they may be front-ending something. If a Dan maybe is better to speak to this.
Yeah, and through Mayor Waters, we are very restrictive in when we can ask developers to fund projects. Adam mentioned the Development Charges Act, and there are actually pieces in the Development Charges Act that says we cannot charge additional capital levies to developers as part of these projects, but in certain cases we can ask for the funding. So when it is known, we can budget for it. Otherwise, we can't show it because it's, like I said, very restrictive.
Clear, thank you for clarifying. I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask this, and continuing through our mayor. As we pass the budget, is there space there for projects that this new council will take on in this first fiscal year, or are we at this point covering projects that were passed in the last budget?
Through Mayor Waters, the budget that staff is proposing is based on the current strategic plan as well as priorities identified in our asset management plan. So staff are recommending what would come forward regardless of which council is in place, with the previous council versus the new council. But if council does wish to make changes to the budget, it would require a resolution to be proposed and a vote by council to change that budget. So that is an option. But I would encourage staff discussion before we start making any changes.
So to clarify again through you, sir, to clarify, there is not a line that says 2023-24 projects. We are basically, in fairness and to reiterate, we are basically doing what the last council has passed, and then we will prepare, let's say we want to build a new bottle building company, we would suggest that this year for next year's budget. I just want to make sure that if there is a line that allows us any dollars.
Through Mayor Waters, what I would suggest is for anything significant, we would discuss it through strategic planning exercises, and it would become a 2024 budget discussion. If there are more minor changes that you're recommending through this budget, we can certainly discuss those as part of this budget.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I'm really happy to see the wastewater projects that are in this budget. It's very necessary, and thank you for including them. And it's pretty clear, budget-wise, that it needs to be done. It's been a bit of a situation that I want to see go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I just have a bit of clarification with the OCIF money. Now, saying that it's going to be capped at 1.27 million, has that already been put into place, that cap?
Yes, right now it's reflected in our draft bridge plan that we have in place right now.
Okay.
Dan, I don't know if you want to speak further to that, but.
Through Mayor Waters, just to clarify, we're suggesting the cap for the 2023 budget. We'll make decisions every year about where funding should be allocated, roads versus bridges, but we're suggesting for 2023, we really need the additional OCIF money for roads projects, so that we suggest capping the bridge funding for the year.
Okay. So then, does all of the OCIF funding go into our dedicated capital levy and funded bridge plan? Like, does all?
I'll answer that one through you, Mayor Waters. No, essentially, we receive the one slide here. So essentially, we're using $3.9 million in the capital budget this year from OCIF. Okay, 1.27 of it is going towards bridges, and the residual is all going towards funding roads and road rehab projects. So essentially, what, 2.2 million-ish?
Okay, so that's for the 2023
That's
budget,
for 2023,
the 2.2
correct.
million to go
Yeah.
towards road. Okay.
When we get to the actual capital budget discussions in February, I'll have slides that will actually go through, here's what we're gonna fund from OCIF, here's what we're gonna fund from slots, here's what we're gonna fund from sorry, I wanna say gas tax, but it's actually now CCBF money.
Building.
Yeah.
Okay, so the OCIF money just comes in and then it's directed?
Yep, it comes in, actually, the way it comes in as revenue through our operating budget. Right away, it goes out, an equivalent amount goes out into the reserve, and it sits in the reserve waiting for the next capital budget, essentially.
Okay,
Okay?
okay. Thank
And
you.
a comment from Dan, and then Jennifer.
Thank you, and through Mayor Waters, I just want to clarify, today, council is making decisions on only five projects. The rest of it is a preliminary discussion on the 2023 capital budget. So you will have an opportunity when you receive the budget book, as well as when we have budget deliberation meetings in early February, to further discuss the remaining capital budget. So you're not making a final decision on the capital budget today. It's just the five projects you're making a final decision on. Okay.
Sorry. Would the OCIF funding also, could it fund things though, like your facilities, or are we only talking those two things?
OCIF does have specific restrictions on it. It's probably the most restrictive funding that we do receive. There probably are ways that you could steer it towards facilities, but normally it's just for your hard services, being road, water, and sewer.
Okay,
Yeah, and bridges, obviously.
thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you. Yep. Welcome back, folks, and we'll continue on now with this portion of the meeting.
So perhaps I'll just chime in now, Mayor Waters and Council. Following Mark's presentation, the intent was to walk through what is being described as the capital dashboard for the 2023 significant projects. And what we'll do is just kind of go project by project, and I will hand off for a discussion to the various responsible parties so they can introduce the project and give you a little bit more context in terms of what they are as we go through some of the significant items. So starting off, and just due to time constraints, we'll go to the extreme right-hand side of the dashboard under Other, and we have one item for discussion today, which would be the fire vehicle replacement. And with that, I will cordially, through you, Mayor Waters, invite Chief Mulvey to discuss.
Thank you much, and through you, Mayor Waters. The vehicle we're discussing right now is with known as Pumper 41. It's a pumper at the Fergus Station. It is 18 years old and has reached its end of life or useful life according to insurance ratings. So the 2017, the Fire Master Plan decided that pumper should be replaced in 2023 and then move back with the refurbished to be a backup pumper in case of a breakdown in the future. So we went to, the last time we bought a pumper was in 2011. We went and put specifications out. We took that specification because it's a very good truck and it works very well for us, removed some components because we don't need them, and put it out to some manufacturers just to get some costs. In 2012, we paid $530,500 was the budget number for that truck. It's known as Pump 61 at the Elora Station. So the exact same tender minus those things comes in at $950,000 this year. I do have a list of reasons, main reasons for like steel's gone up 127%, aluminum's gone up 46%, and those are the things. The biggest problem is, though, needing to be replaced in 2023 is the lead time to build a pumper from any manufacturer now is a minimum of 23 months. So again, these are purpose-built trucks. If you were to go to a commercial type truck, I believe the lead time is 36 to 40 months now to get a chassis. So what we're proposing is that we go to tender now so that we can receive that truck as soon as possible and meet the needs of the 2017 master plan.
Through you, Mayor Waters. This falls under emergency services in my world, and so it's necessary. I get the price of steel. I had to order a new vehicle. I'm waiting 3 years for that vehicle, even though it's going to be built in 2023. I don't get it till 2026. So something more complicated like this, being a pumper, is I see the timeline. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you, through the mayor. For clarification, the insurance has dictated that this has no longer got a useful life based on insurance rating. It's reached its cap. If we have another 2 years, what does that look like from an insurance lens for upkeep and use?
So the insurance companies are the underwriters, I believe. They look at our entire fleet, and they look at the years and the age of our fleet, and they give us a rating. We already lose a lot of that rating because we're volunteer firefighters, so having good rolling stock actually keeps us where we can make insurance rates affordable. You also see that with our tanker shuttle accreditation. Again, we do a thing where we can provide as much water at a hydrant from 8 kilometers distance in the rural areas. There's a third party that comes and watch us do that, but if our trucks are older than 20 years old, they won't even come and look.
Thank you again, through the mayor. I understand and appreciate that additional information. What I'm looking at is if it's already been deemed at its capacity for useful use, and we have another 2 years from it, how are we? Is it still safe, and is insurance still covering us accordingly?
Yes, the insurance would still cover it, and it would cover us accordingly. We'd lose a little bit of our rating, but not enough to affect the insurance rates.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
So again, through you, Mayor Waters, we'll transition our discussions now from other to plans and studies. And we will kick off conversation with the Water Wastewater Servicing Master Plan, and would hand this over with your permission, Mayor Waters, to Managing Director of Infrastructure Services, Colin Baker.
All right, thanks, Adam, and good morning, everyone. So, yeah, the first project here from Infrastructure Services is a wastewater servicing master plan. This is actually a top-up to an existing capital account that was established as part of the 2022 capital budget. And really, the purpose of this wastewater servicing master plan is to determine the township's infrastructure needs to 2051. So, as part of the municipal comprehensive review process that's going on currently, we will have an idea of the township's growth to 2051. And so we want to make sure that we have plans in place in order to service that growth to 2051. So we'll be looking at things like what we call the linear infrastructure, so wastewater mains, also water distribution, linear infrastructure, so the pipes that convey the water around. We'll also look at water storage too, so we want to make sure we have enough fire storage in our elevated tanks to support the fire services, storage to equalize the system. We'll be looking at our pressure zones as well, so we want to make sure we have adequate water pressure throughout the community. And then also we're going to look at the treatment plant, the Fergus wastewater treatment plant. We have a capital project that's a few years out, that's growth related. It would be a major expansion of the Fergus wastewater treatment plant, again to accommodate growth. And so this study is going to start to lay some of the groundwork for that future expansion. So yeah, so that's kind of in a nutshell what this project's all about.
Comments, questions? Yes, go ahead, Jen.
Through you, Mayor. You mentioned that this was a top-up to an existing, so is that like currently active, or like how long has this been an active project for?
Yeah, for sure. Through Mayor Waters. So yeah, this is not currently active, so this would be a top-up to that existing capital account to make the total budget 500,000. But it's currently no action on the file currently.
Don't see any other comments or questions. Thank you. Is that it, Colin, for us?
I think that's it for me for now.
Thank you.
Again, through you, Mayor Waters, we'll transition the discussion now to another plan or study, that being the compensation market review. And I will invite Rashid Hassan to talk on this item.
Welcome, Rashid.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor Waters. So this project will actually focus on doing a market research and a compensation review survey for all the staff salaries and terms and conditions. Why we do these market surveys is to be staying market relevant and finding out that what kind of gaps there are in our salaries since we last looked into this information. So this project would be just hiring a consultant firm to come and assist us to look at the market comparators and give us their recommendations and a report for council, which will be presented to staff and council for comments, questions, and decision making. Happy to take your questions.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I like that you're going to have a consultant do this because it gives a big overview of everyone's salaries, benefits, everything coming in, everything going out. So it will give us leverage in the budget. So thank you for going that route.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, questions? Yes.
For you, Mayor. Just a quick question. When was the last study completed, and how often are studies recommended?
So 2019 and implemented as 1st of January 2020. So 3 years is a best market practice.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rashid. Again, through you, Mayor Waters, we can now transition the discussion to the parking strategy, and I will defer to Dan Wilson to talk on this topic.
Thank you, and through Mayor Waters, for the past 2 years, we've been doing annual parking strategies, and that has included aspects such as parking enforcement in our downtowns, a shuttle program, allowing for enforcement of parking on private property, and other parking requirements to help address congestion in our downtowns. What we are proposing for 2023 is to hire a consultant to look at a long-term parking strategy. And this will include all of those aspects, including what does parking look like long-term in Centre Wellington and how do we get there? It's a very critical issue we need to look at as Centre Wellington grows and our downtowns get more busy. So we are suggesting that this study happen in 2023. Obviously, it will not be ready in time for the 2023 summer season. So we will be coming forward with another annualized strategy for 2023 for council to consider in the next couple of months. So in terms of timing, we would start this long-term strategy post-budget approval, but at the same time come forward with a strategy for 2023 so we don't miss out for the upcoming busy season. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, to qualify, there's been no work done by council on parking issues until now? So we're the first council to look at this?
Through Mayor Waters, we've looked at it through annualized strategies for the last 2 years, where we set actions for a specific year, 2021 and 2022. That's where the parking enforcement program came into play.
Right,
that's where the shuttle program came into play. Those were decisions made by the previous council. So we are now suggesting that this annualized approach can only take us so far, and we need a long-term strategy developed.
I'd like to apologize for misunderstanding that previous statement. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Just curious, a couple things about the timing of the study. So I'm wondering if it would make sense to time it following the completion of the strategic plan, because I'm wondering if we're doing a parking strategy, I'd like to see it connected to active transportation, public transportation, climate change, all those types of issues as well. So if we could talk about the timing, if you know that already, or if you want to comment on that.
Yes, thank you. And through Mayor Waters, that's a great idea. We would like to move forward with the short-term strategy for 2023 and talk to council about that in the next few months. But we can certainly delay issuing the RFP for the long-term strategy until we have a strategic planning decision. So that makes sense.
Through you, Mayor Waters, the short-term strategy for this year, is it the same as that we've been doing? It, you know, handing out tickets and that company that we contracted, is that what you're looking at?
Through Mayor Waters, that will be part of the conversation with council. Staff will come forward with recommendations for 2023, and council will decide if that's the avenue they want to pursue for the summer year, and parking enforcement will be part of the conversation.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and to expand on my colleague's comment regarding the coming year. I hear you saying about the tickets and stuff. Will there be room for us to discuss other pieces that we all have been talking about, for example, and not to be put in ink or cement at this point, but making sure that we understand that there are residents that are being negatively impacted by their inability to put them through another year, I think would cause quite a bit of strife. So I look forward to, at that time, us coming up with some temporary or interim options.
Yes, and through Mayor Waters, we'll make sure that's part of the conversation for the short-term and long-term strategy.
If there's no other questions, so we'll move on to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you, we can now transition our discussion to Parks and Recreation projects for the 2023 year. And we will begin with the Victoria Park Elora stair replacement, and I would defer to Pat Newson for comment.
Thank you. Through Mayor Waters, I'm actually going to ask for Matt Tucker, our Manager of Parks and Facility Operations, to update everybody.
Great.
Welcome,
Good morning,
Matt.
everyone.
Welcome,
Sorry.
Matt.
Thank you. Good morning. Through Mayor Waters, yeah, we're looking at basically redoing the stairs down into the gorge in the along the Irvine River. So currently, there's a stone stairs that go down just the face of the gorge, and it does stop at the face of the gorge. From that point, there's a platform. You step off into a new world. There's a pathway that you could go along the gorge wall, continue down the Irvine, or up the Irvine. And the other path, which is the most taken, is going down to the river. And with that, there's a fair amount of steep slope. And I know the past more than a few years, we've had different incidents where people have been hurt. And in some cases where the fire department had to come in and help assist people getting out. So we originally started looking at this project. We started teaming up with our TO4, which is Regional Tourism of Ontario Area 4. And we sat down and they've offered, as part of that agreement, they've paid for the consulting fees. So the townships has been working with a structural engineer company and surveying company, and we've started up on a design for stairs that would basically get us down, right down to the water's edge. The stairs that we've looked at, I'm not sure if you've been ventured into the Elora Gorge Conservation Area, but they do have steel and aluminum stairs that go down the face of the Grand River Gorge down to the water side. So that's sort of the concept we were looking at. There'll be a lot. Safety obviously has been our biggest issue with people going down. Again, we'll continue looking at closing those stairs during the winter months. And the nice piece is with this type of stairway, people will be able to pass safely on the stairway. And also, hopefully, just the way the grading is, that it'll be a lot safer going up and down the stairway.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Just a question, have you done any work on studying the impact of assuming this will make it a lot easier for more people to access the water's edge? So just curious if there'll be any negative impact on the ecosystem at the river's edge and having more people through the river system at that point, and who would manage that? And like the quarry, as we've seen, got to be too popular. How would the township potentially handle that if it becomes a really cool hotspot for everybody to go up and down?
Great question. Through the process, we've worked with the GRCA. We've shared with them the concept, and we're going to have to work with the GRCA to further look into your question and the impact on how that is. I know personally living here, growing up, it was a playground, but there's more and more people definitely coming to the area and wanting to go down to play. So we'll have to look into that further.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I was really surprised in our onboarding how we have many weddings happening where our deputy clerk marries. People come here and get married, and they are focused on some of these spots. And so accessibility for some that do have difficulty walking stairs and making them proper stairs, I think is key in this project as well. And I know GRCA will definitely have oversight over that too. So it is important. I know it is an attraction for wedding pictures in itself with many around here. So I'm happy to see this proposed, for sure.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. When you talk about the stairs that are in the gorge, they are raised and lowered, the aluminum and steel ones. Will the Victoria Street ones be raised and lowered as well for the safety of strainers and et cetera with the water conditions and high water?
Yes, that's correct. And during the winter months and the spring months, that will be elevated, and it'll be closed until it's safe for visitors and residents to go down.
Okay, another question, please. Was there any consultation taken with the local Guelph Kayak Club and also with the Whitewater Ontario for river access?
No.
No.
No, we did have some consultation with Center Wellington Fire Department on how we could use the stairs to help with bringing people up out of the out of the gorge. And there has been a conversation with 1X as well, who will be using the stairs, and they run their business out of Victoria Park.
Okay, because just with the access point, since the construction of the mill on the south side of the river, the local kayak clubs can't access from the usual put-in that was on the south side of the river. So they've been utilizing the Victoria Street stairs to get up and down. I just didn't know if that would make any issues or anything.
Yeah, and that's someone who we can reach out to and have a conversation with.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Just curious about the funding for the stairs. So if we see other parks like Forfar Park, which was recently completed, had some community partnership through the pharmacy, I believe, paid for the equipment and partly the active gym in that park. So just curious, like, obviously this is highly tourism driven. Has there been any outreach to, say, Pearl Development or any other companies that benefit from the access point to see if they'd help support payment for those stairs?
Yeah, at this time there has been no other outreach other than the Regional Tourism of Ontario, who's helping out with the consulting fees.
If there's no other comments or questions, oh, yes, go ahead.
Just a quick comment. And it is just a comment, no need for a reply. But I would say that in looking at even the previous council's strategic plan, a big part of that was like active and caring communities. A big part of that was, you know, expanding parks and recreation. We do have like a great renovation project coming up on the ECC. It's by no means an expansion of any kind, but it's a renovation. And I just kind of wished that there was a little bit more seeing here in the capital project under Parks and Recreation. I feel like the one project we're seeing is obviously needed, but it is definitely helping a lot of our tourism, maybe not as much as helping all the residents of that are currently in the community. So just a comment.
It's an excellent comment. And I think when you see the 10-year forecast and some of the new developments for parks in new development areas, you're going to see other projects. We have to prioritize with our money what we can do in this year, but there's lots of other things in the forecast. I think Adam would share that.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you, Matt.
Through you, Mayor Waters, we can now transition from Parks and Recreation to the Roads and Bridges segment of the dashboard. And we will begin our discussion with Beatty Line Bridge 3N. And with your permission, I defer to Colin Baker for discussion.
All right, thanks, Adam. And I may look over at Adam Gilmore. We have Adam Gilmore here, our manager of engineering, who's put a lot of work and effort into kind of scoping these projects as well. So, so with that, I think I'll provide a bit of an introduction, and some additional technical details will be provided by Adam. So to start things off, the first project here is a rehab of an existing bridge structure on Beatty Line. So this is Beatty Line just north of Side Road 15. So north of Fergus, and this structure spans the Irvine Creek. And maybe Adam, do you want to just speak to the scope of the rehab for this project?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Colin. Through you, Mayor Waters. So this is a bridge that's in need of rehabilitation. Through our OSIM inspection program, which is a mandatory safety inspection program of all of our structures, we've identified an opportunity at this bridge to do some rehab now, which would prolong the lifespan of the bridge significantly and avoid having to replace the bridge in kind of the medium term. So what we're proposing, a bit of a new kind of emerging technology here, which is this wrapping technique where they use a polymer, a fiber reinforced polymer to wrap the bridge. It gives it additional strength and will prolong the useful life of that bridge. So it's at this point a smart investment to make in this bridge 3N.
Okay, any comments or questions?
Okay, all right, we'll keep moving along. All right, so next project is 8th Line West reconstruction. So we have an aerial photo of the construction limits. So we're looking at the section of 8th Line. So this is in the kind of northwestern quadrant of the township. And essentially this is the segment of 8th Line from County Road 18 north to Side Road 5. So, and then the northern limit of the township is just off the screen there at County Road 17. And so the scope of this project is essentially a full resurfacing, so grinding up the existing asphalt base and repaving this entire section of road. It is end of service life and high priority in our asset management plan. Next project in the list here is the 5th Line Bridge, also known as 18WG. So this is referred to as a Bailey Bridge. And these are single lane. This one in particular has a wooden deck that is in need of some substantial repairs. So Adam, do you want to add some of the technical details to that?
Definitely. Thanks, Colin, again, through you, Mayor Waters. So yeah, we had, this is a bridge where recently we had an incident where one of the wooden planks kind of gave out. Nobody was injured, but caused some damage to a vehicle. So we recognize that, that the deck is beyond its useful life. We're proposing to go in, rip up that existing wood deck, replace it with a new wood deck, do a little bit of touch-up work on the structure while we have the deck off also. So again, in the theme of rehabilitation, we think this is a smart investment at this point to prolong the life of that bridge.
Through you, Mayor Waters, after you rip up the existing deck, if you find more issues, have you built in a contingency for that?
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor McDonald. Good one. And through you, Mayor Waters. So yes, we have. Yeah, we've done some inspection. We have been able to kind of observe certain parts of the structure under the bridge and kind of from the sides of the bridge. And so we think we have a good idea of what needs to be done, and we do have some contingency in place to do those touch-ups.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, so moving on. So the next kind of set of 4 projects aren't actually 4 individual projects. These are one class environmental assessment. So we've bundled 5 different structures into one Class EA, and these are all closed structures. Some of them have been closed for quite some time. But what we're planning to do is do an environmental assessment to determine the preferred option for these structures. And typically, as we talked about through orientation, we look at replacement of the structure, we look at rehabilitation. Potentially some of these structures may be permanently closed as well, and just turnarounds added at the closed structure. So we're bundling this and trying to take more of a systems review of these closed structures so that we can inform kind of future capital budgets and capital planning for the bridge plan. And be happy to answer any questions on that.
Through you, sir. Just curious, I know several of us here received some communication from some of our local residents about one of the bridges in particular. I'm not sure that it's as relevant, 24, that there was not a sufficient amount of tenders that came in, and that the one tender that came in was way over budget. Can you just address that to ensure that everybody is on the same page, please?
For sure, yeah. Through Mayor Waters, so I believe that was 24WG, a recent tender that we issued last year in, I believe it was March or April of 2022. So we canceled that tender at that time. It was over budget and very little interest. So we only received one bid at that time, and so we have taken a different tact. And Dan was kind of was mentioning this during his presentation. We tendered those earlier. So we've actually tendered 24WG, 16WG, and East Mill Street quite a bit earlier. And so as a result, and this is on the agenda a little later, we received significant more contractor interest. As a result, more competitive bids on each project. And so I don't want to, kind of spill the beans on everything with the reports that are coming, but definitely a better news story for these structures. So certainly I think the right decision to cancel the tender. We don't like to do that. It can be perceived by the contracting industry as kind of bid shopping. So it's not something that we want to do, but with only one bid being over budget, it was the right decision at that time for this project. And we'll have the reveal a little later for the updated tender. Thanks.
Okay, we might as well just proceed then.
Keep moving on. All right. I think with the next one is a large reconstruction project. We're in the kind of design phase of this project. So this is the St. David Street reconstruction from St. Andrew Street up to Edinburgh Avenue. Edinburgh is essentially the street kind of by the beer store for local reference. And so this is a significant project. The township has taken it on the detailed design, and it's a full reconstruction. So the scope includes replacement of not just the road surface, but also the water main, sanitary sewers, storm sewers within the road itself. Gives us an opportunity to kind of re-envision what the streetscape looks like as well when we're doing a full reconstruction. We have an opportunity to look at the pedestrian realm and incorporate kind of any active transportation as well into the project scope. Maybe with that, I'll hand it over to Adam to speak to some of the design considerations and then also the Connecting Link, an update on the Connecting Link grant application.
Thanks, Colin, through your Mayor Waters. So we looked at a range of options for the streetscape in terms of what the street's going to look like after it's constructed. And, recognizing the importance of active transportation in our community and thinking about the future and building for the future, we did propose an option that included separated cycling lanes through the extent of the project. So we had a bit of a consultation program, did a survey, and the option with the separated cycling facilities was selected and endorsed by our former term of council as the preferred option. So that's the option we're running with for the design. So these are what we refer to as AAA cycling facilities. So all ages, all abilities. So this is the whole idea is, it's safe for anybody to use them. You're separated from traffic. We've complied with the OTM Book 18 for active cycling facilities. We recognize it's a bit busy stretch of road, but we feel like the design that we're moving forward with will be safe and inclusive. And I say active transportation, it's not just cycling, it's mobility for folks who have special mobility needs also. So we view this as an active transportation corridor to help move people in addition to vehicles through that area. So the Connecting Links application, so we've submitted an application for grant funding to the province of Ontario through the Connecting Links program. And the project proceeding is contingent on a successful application for grant funding through that program. It is, quite a significant application in terms of the value, and would make a significant contribution to the project. So we submitted an application last year. We were not successful. We resubmitted another application, when I say last year, I mean 2021. And we submitted an application in 2022, recently, in the fall, and we'll be hearing back from the ministry in the April timeframe on whether or not that application is successful, and we certainly hope that it is.
And if I could just add, this isn't happening next year. The reconstruction's not a 23 project. If we are successful with the grant application, we would complete our detailed design, finalize our contract documents this year, and get it ready for tender and construction for 2024.
Okay, yes, go ahead, Broman.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters, is there anything council could do to help support the Connecting Links grant? I'm just wondering if Roma, if Mayor Waters could go and talk to the right people, or if there's any process there. Just curious if there's any way we can support that happening.
For sure. Through Mayor Waters. So we did, the staff did submit a request to meet with the Minister of Transportation about our Connecting Link application. We were declined a meeting to discuss that. So, but I still think there's opportunity with MTO staff. We have a number of issues, kind of a laundry list to discuss with MTO that affect the corridor, Highway 6 corridor through Fergus, whether it's kind of growth at the south end. MTO is looking at improvements to the second line, Highway 6 intersection this year. So there's definitely a few things on the agenda, and I think we, at a staff level, want to start a dialogue with MTO just on those issues.
And just to further that, we can have conversation with the ministry outside of Roma as well. So it's not a negative thing that sometimes there's a lot of ask of obviously of folks at that, because it's just everyone's there. So we don't perceive that as a negative.
Through you, Mayor Waters, have we looked at it? Are there any federal grants? I know we've applied for this provincially, and sometimes I know if a provincial one comes through, we don't have access to other ones, but I just wanted to know if we've looked at any.
Yeah, certainly we're always watching for grant opportunities whenever they arise. Typically, in most grants, it's called stacking. It's not eligible to stack different levels of grants. So if there's an opportunity to apply for grants like the wastewater infrastructure, that's township cost. So there may be some opportunities there through grants that come up every so often. But generally, the stacking provisions are in most grants. Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll keep carrying on if that's all right, and okay, if Adam can stay here, and we'll continue to tag team. The descriptions on the next set of wastewater projects. So the first project that we have listed here is the Clyde Street Sewage Pumping Station. There's a visual of it kind of tucked in behind the LCBO property in Elora. Fun fact, pretty much all, like 99% of the wastewater generated in Elora and Salem goes through this facility. And then this is the station that lifts the wastewater to the Elora wastewater treatment plant for treatment, and then ultimately discharged back to the Grand River. So this station has been identified as a candidate for some odor controls, and so essentially we're looking at full implementation of a odor control system at this site. Essentially, the technology that we're looking at will destroy kind of the odor-causing compounds, and kind of, I think, improve the conditions in and around O'Brien Park in Elora. So, so that's planned for implementation in 2023. Any questions on that one?
Through you, sir. Just, I know this, again, may not be the place, but the options for getting rid of the odors, are these safe and environmentally friendly options that we're looking at?
Yeah, through Mayor Waters, and I'll maybe hand it over to Adam. He's more familiar with the technology, but it is a safe technology. It's like it uses an oxidization process to kind of break down kind of I believe they're called mercaptans, so the odor-causing compounds, and they just kind of get broken down into essentially carbon dioxide, oxygen. So yeah, it's very effective. We did actually some pilot testing at the site in 2021 to kind of prove the technology, and it will be very effective based on the pilot testing. So Adam, do you have anything to add to that, or?
No, nothing to add, Colin.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. So next project we have here, another project we're very excited about. So the Dixon Drive Employment Land Servicing. So this is at the northeast portion of the township, and so there's capital dollars identified in the budget for 2023 for fully servicing the business park. So we're looking at the extension of Dixon Drive right over to First Line, and then also there'll be a cul-de-sac kind of extending to the south off Dixon Drive to service new lands for business park and employment lands development. And so it'll include, we'll have the road. We're planning to construct a multi-use path on one side of the road. So this will be a little bit more of a higher end finish compared to what the existing Fergus Business Park has with the ditches and kind of the more rural road cross section. We're actually proposing to construct curbs, gutters, storm sewers, multi-use path. So so we have that in the budget for 2023 construction. As council will know from the road tour that we took last year now, the earthworks are underway, and so these are activities that are preparing the site for servicing, a separate contract for servicing in 2023.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Just a question about the multi-use path. Does it connect to First Line? And I'm thinking about a couple improvements on First Line, about the crosswalk for the trail, and then where cyclists or walkers would go on First Line, because it is a little tricky there.
For sure, yeah, great question. Through Mayor Waters, so the intent is to integrate the trail with the Elora Cataract Trail system, and so and then we feel that there's future opportunity to connect kind of to the dog park area at the end of Glengarry Crescent. So there's a kind of a continuous trail system from the dog park area to the Elora Cataract Trail. We are going to propose that it terminate at First Line, but for I think our preference, it's just maybe for future expansion or for someone trying to get to work and they want to bike using the multi-use path. But our primary connection to the trail will be through the business park. So that cul-de-sac that I was mentioning will have the multi-use path and then a dedicated trail at the end of the cul-de-sac to the Elora Cataract Trail. Okay, yep. And I think for the next project, Adam, do you want to speak to McNabb Street water main replacement?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Colin. So the water main on McNabb Street is an old water main prone to failure. We've had quite a few breaks there in recent years. So it's a high priority in our asset management plan to replace that water main. So we have a project for this year to replace the water main. We recognize that there's been a lot of interest in the community there to have some type of improvement for pedestrian cyclist use of the street. There are no sidewalks currently. So what we're doing is through the design, we've identified an opportunity to widen the pavement on the road and create a 1.5 meter pedestrian walking space on the road delineated with a white line. So it's not a full reconstruction of the road, it's a reconstruction of the road, but it's not full urbanization of the road. We're not installing storm sewers at this time, curb and gutter. It was a bit budget prohibitive to do that at this time. Hence why we tried to find just another solution just to try and give those folks something in terms of an area to walk. So, yeah, that's kind of the extent of the scope of the project. Happy to answer any questions.
I do have a question on that. I had chatted with a lot of people. They were concerned of the fact that there wasn't any proposed sidewalks along there. And then when you, from a technical point of view, I guess this is a landscape architect in me, when you widen a road profile, the chances of having vehicles speed up or to have a tendency, it's just a wider piece of road. Doesn't matter if there's a line there. It's just psychologically, you just go and potentially for increasing speed. So, you know, traffic calming measures, that type of thing. Those things would be concerns that way. And have we had sort of a public meeting as it related to this, or the previous council had a public meeting, or how did that, where is that at? So.
Yes, good questions, comments there, Mayor Waters. So through you, we are planning a public information center that we'll be holding in February as it relates to this project. We did also feature this project at an project open house we held in 2022, in April of 2022. And we had quite a bit of interest at that time of residents of McNabb Street and the general area talking to us about the project. With respect to your comment on traffic calming, yes, we certainly recognize that. This isn't one of our streets of interest that we're looking at through our speed limit policy and traffic calming program. And so that's something we'll be considering through the design and also after the fact to perhaps implement some traffic calming.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay.
Okay, great. So moving on, we've got two projects where we're looking at increasing the township's water supply capacity, available water supply capacity. So this is stemming from a master plan that was approved by the previous term of council. So our water supply master plan, which lays out the groundwork for additional water supply capacity for the community. So a number of projects listed there, and so these are two of kind of the suite of projects listed in that document. So we have two well areas that we're focusing in on, or planning to focus in on in 2023. So well area 3 is located, you've got the drawing there. So it's located again on the western side of the township, west of Salem. County Road 18, kind of known as Northfield. So heading towards the region of Waterloo. At Third Line, the township has drilled a test well at that location. You may have noticed it if you've driven by the area. It's right adjacent to County Road 18. And so we're looking at progressing that well. It looks like a viable site based on some of the testing that we've done. So we want to turn that test well into a production well, install a monitoring well close to that, and do some longer term pumping tests at that location. The other area that we're looking at too is potential well area 7, which is located just off Side Road 15. And so this is between Geary Road and Highway 6. So kind of that's the old rail corridor, I guess, that was in place a number of years ago. And so similar situation there, where we've drilled a test well into the municipal aquifer, what we refer to as the Gasport Formation. We again went over some of those terms during orientation. And so again, the well is it's looking like a viable site, so we want to take that to the next level, drill a production well, do some longer term capacity testing at that location, and start essentially what would be an environmental assessment process with the ultimate goal of bringing these wells online and connecting to the system. So I don't know. Adam, do you want to add anything else to that? anything?
Yeah, not much to add, Colin,
Okay,
thanks.
all right, appreciate that. So any questions? Happy to answer any questions.
Through you, Mayor Waters, the one on Road 18, I actually stopped, pulled over, had a good look at it. It's got a lot of pressure there, so that's impressive. So I'm looking forward to seeing the studies that come from that and long-term uses, because with some of the other things that will be coming to the township development-wise, it's probably going to tap into that one a lot. Very impressive so far. I mean, it's dripping everywhere, so it's definitely got water. Thank you.
Yeah, through Mayor Waters, maybe Adam can speak. We have a bit of a unique condition there, and maybe Adam can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, thanks through you, Mayor Waters, and to you, Councillor McDonald. So that's what we refer to as an artesian well. So that's a well where water flows to surface without pumping it. So it flows to surface naturally under pressure. So it is a bit of a unique circumstance. They're known to exist in this area, but they're not commonly found. So the benefit there is that in theory, it could supply more water, and it's under pressure, so you don't have to pump it as much. So it's kind of a unique setting and something we're excited about also.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Thanks, Colin. Just for the other well on, forget the road number, I drive it every day, 15. I assume the environmental assessment will take into account the cattle farm that's right there, both the impacts from the cattle farm on the well and vice versa, if the well would have any impact on the availability of water for that.
For sure.
Livestock production center.
For sure, yeah, through Mayor Waters. So yeah, definitely. So that will all be evaluated through the environmental assessment. Impacts to neighboring wells, whether they're it's an adverse impact or maybe we just see the water level fluctuating a little bit in nearby wells. Also, through the environmental assessment, the wellhead protection area boundaries will be established, and that will get incorporated into our source protection plans as well. So. All right, so just moving along here. So this is a top up to an existing capital account. So this is a replacement of a trunk storm sewer end of service life in Elora. So just geography wise, we are at Victoria Crescent, David Street to the north, kind of Henderson Street just off the page there to the south, and essentially this is a replacement of an existing trunk storm sewer. I don't know, Adam, do you want to add anything else to that?
Yeah, just that, it's a pretty critical piece of stormwater infrastructure in that it conveys some of the stormwater flows from the downtown Elora area towards the gorge. We don't have many of these outlet locations, so it is an important piece of infrastructure to the stormwater network.
Can you just reconfirm what the trunk water means again, please?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, sorry about that. So, so when we refer to the trunk system, essentially this is the large diameter. It's not a local, like we have different levels of like storm sewers and wastewater mains. So the trunk system is generally the larger diameter mains. So generally I'd say, on the wastewater side, like a foot diameter, 12-inch and larger. On the storm sewer side, probably about the same as well. So the larger diameter system, and then that the local mains kind of feed into. Yeah, no problem. All right, so we also have a top up to an existing capital account for the corporate operations facility. So as council is aware, the township purchased a 20-acre parcel of land at 965 Gartshore Street at the north end of Fergus for the purposes of a future operations center. And so this capital budget will take the kind of the detailed design of the facility and the property and basically get the facility ready to be constructed. And so we're still working on the rezoning for the lands. So that's kind of work that's ongoing currently. But this project will take the take it to the next level and get the facility ready for construction. So preparing the contract documents, the detailed design of the buildings, and kind of incorporate the recommendations. We're preparing a number of studies, archaeological assessments. There's a heritage home on the property, so we're assessing that from a cultural heritage perspective, and incorporate that into the kind of final design of the site. So, and I would just note this would be for phase one of the site. So we've kind of phased the expansion into 2 phases, and so this would get us to detailed design for phase 1.
Okay, I will take care of the remaining 2 capital projects on the list. These 2 relate to office retrofit costs, and this is really just a placeholder at this point until we have some options presented to council. But in short, we are running extremely low on administration space at Centre Wellington, and this building, for example, is over capacity. We have staff members sharing office space in order to adequately have office space for many of our staff. So what we are proposing is that an extensive report be presented to council in the future, looking at options for retrofitting office space, creating new office space for our administration staff, and that this funding be available as a placeholder and we'll not use that funding until we have that discussion with council. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Through the mayor, thank you for that. Like much of this, that's news to me. Are we, in addition, looking at options for our staff that will include setting up hot desks so people can work from home as well?
Yes, great question. Through Mayor Waters, we have started that process already. We have what we refer to as touchdown stations on the lower level of this building. We have touchdown stations at the 205 Queen Street location, which is the old medical office behind the old hospital. So we have these stations for staff to sign out and use on an hourly or daily basis. So that's part of why we've been able to more than utilize our office space to date, but it's getting to the point where even through that use, we need other options available to us. So that's the purpose of this.
With your permission. So I'm very excited to hear we're using 205 Queen. I was wondering what that is. Will you be speaking to that later on?
Yes, great question. Through Mayor Waters, that's part of this analysis. What is the short-term and long-term use of 205 Queen Street? Right now, we are utilizing part of the lower level of that space for our IT division and for touchdown stations and some environmental service staff as well. So we are utilizing part of that building now. The rest of it is vacant, so we can decide hopefully in the next number of months what the future use of that site is.
Great, thank you.
And maybe I can add a little bit on the history of this building. This was part of our Elora municipality. It wasn't part of Centre Wellington. It just happened when we did the rebuild of this facility. It happened to correspond with the amalgamation. We've done this previous to a few years. I was there back in the day when building Bob Foster did the design for this, and I see a couple of smiles in the audience there. Remember Bob that way, but he had done the design for this building, and it was originally purpose-built built for the lower council. So it had not had any considerations at that time that this would become the building for Centre Wellington. So, anyways, that's a little bit of a history lesson there. So.
Thank you. Can I go back to the Corporation Center or the Operations Center. Just question about the rezoning. Will that be coming to council, the rezoning of the land question? Thank you.
Yes, it will, for sure. Yeah, so, yeah, we're planning to, like, there'll be a public meeting, just like a typical rezoning. Then ultimately, it'll be coming back to council for a decision. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think this time it's just worked out that we can break for lunch. What are we looking for? Maybe an hour or 45 minutes?
I have not received confirmation lunch is ready. It was for 12:30, so
Right.
We could do it in 40 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll circle back here about maybe 1:15. Okay. Welcome back, folks. So we'll get started again and look at item 8, I guess. So Adam, do you want to start again? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And again, through you, the purpose of this report, item 8.1, is to present the 2023 fees and charges bylaw to council and seek endorsement of same. The fees and charges imposed for goods and services provided by the township represent a benefit to the public and a source of revenue ancillary to the property taxation collected by residents. Municipalities are given authority to establish fees and charges to cover the costs of providing services, activities, and use of municipal property through the Municipal Act. The fees and charges bylaw updates are typically done in conjunction with the budget process, and staff typically seek out council direction to increase fees and charges by a certain fixed rate unless certain, excuse me, by a fixed rate unless certain, other factors require an increase that is more or less than the prescribed amount. For the purposes of the 2023 budget and the 2023 fees and charges update, staff are recommending and have updated the fees and charges schedules to include a 3.5% increase unless there is a business case or social responsibility to deviate from this amount. For example, many of the fees and charges associated with parks and recreation are not increasing to assist with affordability, and many of the deviations from the standard increased amount are documented in the report. I am happy to field any questions the council may have at this time.
Sorry, any comments, questions as it relates to? Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. So I think I've spoken with you previously. I had asked about whether there was ever any consideration for the township looking at like resident versus non-resident user fees. And I was wondering if you could just share some of the information that you provided me on that context. It came up in my thinking when we were looking at one of the next items coming up when we talk about the ECC renovation, and we're going to be without like a sports surface for some time, and I'm not even sure if it's, you know, easy for staff to track that kind of thing. We obviously don't want to put more administrative burden on staff, but I'm just wondering if maybe you could provide some more context to the group on that.
Yeah, perhaps with Mayor Waters' approval, I'll defer to Pat Newsom.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the question. So it is a topic I'm very versed on, given my past experience in my municipality. That municipality was divided right through the middle between two municipalities. So there was definitely a constant conversation about making sure that non-residents were paying their share of recreation services. In Centre Wellington, we're fortunate that our urban centres and our facilities are central, and so most of our participants are coming from Centre Wellington, and it's not a huge percentage of people that are non-residents. Administering non-residents fees does create a lot of administrative work. It's very easier to do if it's a program registration program, but for drop-ins and rentals, it's one thing to rent the ice to a resident, but we don't control who they bring on the ice. We don't control who minor hockey registers for their programs, for example. So it is a very significant amount of work to try to do it. In some municipalities where they do have close proximity, they come up with a shared agreement so that the municipality is contributing to the fees. We're not in that situation here, so it is not something we've ever introduced that I'm aware of in Centre Wellington. However, if council has other desires to have us look into it, we can. But even the software we use right now, when you go to register as a resident or non-resident, it just asks you to check one or the other, and this has no verification background. Doesn't then check your postal code to make sure that you have been truthful. So it's a lot of work for us to do it. And it doesn't really, in our situation, going to benefit a lot of additional revenue based on the percentage.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, we have a recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington pass a bylaw to establish a 2023 fees and charges for various services provided by the township and repeal bylaw 2021-62. Do I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Wilton. Seconder? Second by Councillor McDonald. All those in favor? So moved. Okay, we have item number 8.2, OLG funding allocation policy report. Continue. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. And through you, this report provides recommendations and seeks council approval to amend the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Proceeds Allocation Policy as detailed in the report. Staff recognize that since the advent of the OLG allocation policy in 2019, there have been significant impacts driving fluctuations in the revenue stream and necessitating the review of the current allocations, including but not limited to the impacts of COVID-19 global pandemic, the real estate market conditions, interest and inflation rate changes and pressures, and market forces increasing the cost of capital and construction works. The allocation changes being recommended in this report are specifically targeted to address, 1, a need for capital investment dollars as identified in the 2022 Asset Management Plan. The proposed changes to the policy will see an increase to the OLG proceeds being directed to this need. Number 2, a reduction in the amount of OLG funds being directed to economic development activities. It is envisaged that the lot sale proceeds from the Fergus Business Park will reduce the need for allocations from OLG proceeds in the future to this end. And number 3, expanding arts, culture, and heritage from a singular funding allocation to 2 separate buckets, those being identified or defined as community impact and heritage separately. The notion here is that the community impact would have a greater reach than arts and culture and would allow for a structured grant program. There will be more information on this topic coming at a future meeting of council, and that a defined allocation percentage should be directed to the township's Heritage Reserve account. These dollars could then be used to fund a grant program under Section 39 of the Ontario Heritage Act, as well as heritage-related capital projects such as studies or designations of properties or districts under the Heritage Act. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, and again, apologies if it's the wrong place. Committees change, and our recent ACDEV team has been phenomenal. If there's any kind of a change in that committee moving forward, is that going to affect some of the discussions around future projects or anything like that?
Through you, Mayor Waters, I don't think the committee composition is going to have a material impact on the allocation policy. And again, this is subject to review annually as part of the budget process. So there's no saying that whatever we cast here today is going to be etched in stone in perpetuity.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Thanks, Adam. And I was just curious, a couple things. One, I'm concerned with taking the words arts and culture out of the wording. I think with the original intent of the agreement, agricultural societies have a responsibility under the Ontario Agriculture and Horticulture Societies Act to support arts and culture. So being connected to the Raceway and the Grand River Ag Society, I think that's an important connection to keep. And I'm just wondering if you could, if we just tweak the wording a bit to be arts, culture, and well-being or something, or had community and a subtext somehow that connects it still to the arts, culture, and well-being realm. Community just on itself can be quite vague and could be any number of things. So I just worry a little bit about taking those words out, and if there's a way we can get at maintaining that connection to arts and culture. And I would have a follow-up question, if with permission. I'm also curious about all of the 90% going to like paving potholes or something. We should be striving for more aspirational projects with this money, so something to do more with recreation and well-being, some of those types of issues. So just wondering if that 90% is kind of like a blank check, or if we can be directing it more to community, like long-term and aspirational projects. So just a few thoughts on this money, because it is unique to communities that host these facilities to have this extra income. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. I agree with everything my colleague said, and also I think when you look, we have an umbrella with community services, right, where a lot of like our arts and culture and heritage fall under, as well as parks and recreation and all of those kind of community services. So I know looking through past reports on previous councils, there was like some brainstorming sessions and stuff on this grant, and they had referenced sports in particular. They had talked about economic development. And yeah, I was concerned, are we pulling back the economic development? I understand why, right, with like the business park and stuff, but are we pulling it back too soon? Like, is it gonna be okay during that time till like that's there and functioning? And then in addition, looking for that expansion on heritage to include bringing back arts and culture and also parks and rec, would be my.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, through you. Are you suggesting the different names for grant purposes under the arts so that they can apply for maybe Trillium and some other things? Is that the reason? Or it was just to divide it?
With your permission, Mayor Waters, I would defer to Pat Newson for a comment on that.
Thank you. So at the Community Services Advisory Committee during the past council, we were intending to bring the OLG grant terms of reference to that body to review. And that was this little thing called COVID interrupted our work plan. So I guess I want to say a few things. First of all, the reason to split the two is that there's the Community Services Advisory Committee that deals with arts and culture. And then there's a Heritage Committee under the Planning and Development Department, which works on the heritage component. And so we were really struggling trying to come up with the terms of reference that combined them both when we really had two different advisory committees dealing with separate topics. So I think that was the original intent with our staff team to sit and separate the two. The reason for changing the name from the arts and culture to community impact grants is that we took a look at how many items we were starting to hand out as far as grants under community services. There was the annual grants, there was the community impact grants, and now there was the OLG grants. And so our intent is to put it under one umbrella with different streams, and then depending if it's a capital project or a programming project, and a terms of reference that identifies what is eligible funding and what is not. On January 30th, we are going to intend to bring a council report with the terms of reference for the community impact grants. And at that time, I really would welcome a fulsome conversation about what the streams are, what's included in each, who's eligible to apply, who can't apply. We've had issues with people saying, well, if I apply for this one, then I can't apply for that one in the past. And we really want to take a refreshed look at this and bring it all together and still keep the intent of which the funding is for, but make it easier for the applicants and easier for assessment of the applications.
Thank you, Pat. I think we'll go Dan, then we'll go Barb, and then we'll go Lisa.
Thank you, and through Mayor Waters, Pat covered most of what I wanted to say, but I think the one question that was left outstanding is in relation to the 90% going to township capital and what that's used for. That is, it's not a blank check. It's something that's proposed through the senior management team and approved by council as part of the budget every year. So we will, as part of the budget every year, tell you what we suggest be funded through the OLG reserve, and you approve that annually as part of the budget. So we'll make sure that they're meaningful projects, not just filling potholes.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just first of all, Ms. Newson, I so deeply appreciate that clarification. Really made a difference to me, which also brought another question or comment that we will look at on the 30th, which would be, I think, although we talked about the funds from other grants going to similar pockets and your conversation about that, I think the OLG dollars are different, and we should look at them differently. So to my colleagues' points, I think it would serve us well to have a plan on how we're going to direct those specific funds at the same time as we direct funds that come into us from grants, so that we can invite opportunity for people to apply more than once. And I loved what you said about making it easier. So thank you, because that needs to be our primary goal.
Thank you so much for that fulsome answer. That was excellent. And I look forward to seeing that at the end of January. And, you know, as a person that's experiencing grant funding, because the way that we have it right now, residents could probably stack it in some other ways or projects, and it might not be fair to everyone who's concerned. So thank you. Thank you for doing all that work, and I look forward to it.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, we have a recommendation here that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize the mayor and clerk to sign a bylaw to amend the OLG funding allocation policy, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington direct staff to use the amended policy in the 2023 budget as outlined in report core 2023-06 dated January 5th, 2023, and that the policy to be reviewed as part of the 2024 budget process. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Evoy. All those in favor? I didn't see everyone's hand. Yes, thank you. Okay, so moved. So I just react when I don't see hands. Thank you. Okay, 8.3 vehicle replacement multi-year authorization. Adam.
Thank you again, Mayor Waters, and through you. This report seeks council pre-approval of vehicle purchases for the 2023 and 2024 calendar years. The pre-approval would enable staff to initiate the applicable procurement processes to mitigate the lasting supply chain issues currently being experienced in the marketplace specific to vehicle acquisition. Township staff are recommending initiating the procurement processes necessary to support vehicle replacement schedules for the 2023 and 2024 calendar years as part of the 2023 budget process. It is the hope that by initiating multi-year procurements and advanced deliveries scheduled now, this will help address the long lead times imposed by on-demand procurement practices currently in place. Worth noting here is that the township currently conducts annual transfers to the vehicle replacement reserve to ensure that vehicle replacements don't strain the annual budget. Moreover, it is anticipated that this process will not have a material impact on township cash flows, as it is expected that the township will continue to issue payments for vehicles upon delivery. By securing the procurements and scheduling delivery with vendors now, the township should be better positioned to ensure sufficient resources are in place at the desired times to provide services to residents. Thank you.
Any comments, questions? Yes, go ahead, Jennifer.
Through you, Mayor. Just in support of the report here, just a question, whether there's any policies or standards or anything that the township follows in terms of when they're purchasing new vehicles, like in terms of, you know, bettering the care of our natural environment, in terms of, you know, alternate fuel options in purchasing or anything like that? If there's any standards there?
I can take a stab on it and perhaps leave it to either Dan or Colin to follow up, but the township is constantly looking at innovative ways to further our service delivery, inclusive of alternate fuel types and other things of that nature. However, as we all know, they can be cost prohibitive in their current states. But that said, I think as part of the strategic planning processes with this council, these are things we can certainly open up future conversations to.
Yeah, and just to add to Adam's comment and through Mayor Waters, so we do have plans to start procurement of electric vehicles. So we are in the process of writing a tender specification document for a vehicle replacement that was approved in '22. And so that'll be kind of our first fully electric vehicle. So it'll be a gradual process, and something that definitely as staff we're open to consider.
And I'm here when you're done. So thanks.
Through you, Mayor Waters. With regards to the electric vehicles, yeah, I was going to ask, is it going to be hybrid or electric? So thank you for that. Will we be working with CW Hydro for the stations that they're going to be charged on? And yeah, okay.
Yeah, through Mayor Waters, absolutely, yeah. So we've got a great working relationship with CW Hydro and partner with them. We just installed the start of one just out front here, if you've noticed, in behind the municipal office sign. So there's some at the Elora Community Center, at the Sportsplex, that are just getting ready to start up. So definitely, as we start looking at charging stations and that sort of thing, we'll definitely be talking with them, and they have their finger on the pulse of grants for those opportunities as well, which is great.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to ask about infrastructure. Oh, I thought you pointed to me, sorry.
No, you just need to.
Oh, sorry. Oh, right. I was just asking about infrastructure, and it's been answered, so that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions or as it relates to this item? Okay. We have a recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington pre-approve vehicle purchases for 2023 and 2024, allowing township staff to initiate applicable procurement processes. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder. Councillor Jefferson, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, we are down to item 9.1. RFT, hashtag 51-22, replacement of structures 24 WG, first line.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report provides recommendations and seeks council approval for award of RFT 51-22 for the replacement of structure 24 WG first line to Finn-Built General Contracting Limited at a contract price of $3,948,488, including contingency and excluding HST, and the necessary amendment to the 2023 draft capital budget. Worth noting here, this project was originally tendered in March of 2022, and as only one bid was received, which was over the available budget, request for tender RFT 18-22 was canceled and no award was made. To encourage competitive bidding, the township staff re-tendered this project in November of 2022 for planned construction in 2023. Township staff are requesting consideration from Township Council to award the 2023 construction project in advance of approving the 2023 budget. Sidebar here is that township staff have seen tremendous upside potential in the process change of early tendering. The number of responses received to tenders received for tenders released in late 2022 for 2023 major projects have been viewed as a positive, and staff are recommending that the township include pre-approval of major projects every year in September so that this process can happen annually. RFT 51-22 was issued in accordance with the township's purchasing and procurement bylaw. There were 32 registered plan takers and 8 bids received. The recommended proponent was established in consultation with the township's consulting engineer, Triton Engineering, and represents the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for this project. Should council support award of this tender, the 2023 capital budget will be updated to accommodate the top-up of approximately $96,400 inclusive of HST, which would represent a reduction from the previously anticipated top-up of $700,000 to enable completion of the proposed works as currently outlined in the 2023 capital budget. Worth noting, however, is that a portion of the anticipated budget savings on this project will be requested by staff to be directed to another bridge project, 16WG, which will be discussed next. And these are to facilitate the construction works of both structures in the 2023 calendar year. And with your permission, Mayor Waters, I'd like to turn it over now to the Manager of Engineering, Adam Gilmore, for more information on the technical details of this project.
Okay, yeah. Thanks very much, Adam, for that introduction. Through you, Mayor Waters. Make sure I can work this. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to provide a bit of information on the scope of the project. I won't get too into the background and history of the project. We did provide a bit of an overview in the report. If you're interested in that, it's all in there. But we're talking about Bridge 24WG. It's located on the first line, just north of Wellington Road 19, north of Side Road 10, and this is just northeast of Fergus. So this is an aged structure, bowstring arch bridge, constructed roughly 100 years ago. As Dan Wilson, our CAO, mentioned this morning, this is a high priority for replacement in the context of our asset management plan. I believe it scores second in terms of risk score, in terms of the highest risk scores of any of all the bridges that we have. And it was closed in 2018, so it's been closed for a few years now. So here's an image. The top image is the proposed replacement bridge. The bottom is the existing bridge. And I show this to you to give you an idea of what the new bridge is going to look like. The new bridge is a concrete girder bridge, which is a more a modern construction method that the way that most bridges are constructed now. And that said, though, through consultation with Heritage Committee, we recognize the importance of commemorating the original structure, and we wanted to see what we could do in that regard. So you can see that this is the concrete barrier wall that we can see here in profile view of the new bridge, and we have this feature in the midspan of the bridge, which looks like an arch. It's actually just an imprint on the concrete wall, but it will pay tribute to that existing Cruden bridge. So pending approval from council to award the project, construction will be carried out in the spring of this year until late fall, with some minor work extending into next year, but our hope would be that we could reopen the bridge this year. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions you might have. Yes.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, based on some communication from some of our citizens, somebody was suggesting, or a few people suggested, that this bridge does not need to be rebuilt and that not many people are using it. Can you please qualify for us all why we are choosing to move forward with this?
Yes, thank you. Great question through the mayor. So as Dan pointed out this morning, we have a way of scoring these bridges in terms of assessing or providing them with a risk score. So that's based on a number of factors: probability of failure, consequence of failure. And in this case, this bridge has quite an impact on emergency response times in this area. So that's one of the factors that gives it a high consequence of failure. And so it is quite important to the road network and traffic, and in particular emergency response times. And that's one of the things that comes to mind that really makes it a higher priority bridge.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Just wanted to confirm that you checked with the Wellington Federation of Agriculture that the new bridge will allow for easy mobility of farm equipment across the bridge.
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Wilton. So through you, Mayor Waters. So it meets all current design standards. And so the existing bridge is single lane. The replacement bridge is a 2-lane structure. So I'm not aware of any specific consultation, but I think the assumption is because it's designed to modern standards, it will accommodate farm equipment, any farm equipment that's allowed to travel over a municipal bridge.
Thank you. And just another question, slightly different tangent. With this bridge being completed, first line traffic will again increase, of course. And again, that just brings up the Addendums Cataract Trailway crossing on first line and active transportation along that route to the new business park. So this road will actually become a fair bit busier. So thinking ahead to some of those things in terms of speed control, the Addendums Cataract Trailway crossing and pedestrian cycling safety along that route. So not really a question, just a comment for future budget considerations. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. We have a recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington award request for tender 5122, replacement of structures 24WG, first line, former Township of West Garry, to Finn Built General Contracting Limited at the contract price of $3,948,488 dollars and no cents, including contingency and excluding HST, and that the project funding allocation be updated as shown in report Core 2023-01 dated 5th January 2023. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton. Seconder? Dennis? Councillor Craddock? All those in favor? So moved. Okay, we're going to move to item 9.2, and I'm going to step aside.
Is this 9.2 on here? Oh, that's fun.
He left it on for
We
you.
did. Very good. Alrighty, so continuing with agenda item 9.2, is it Adam? I believe Adam McNabb will present the report for us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jefferson, and through you, this report provides recommendations and seeks council pre-approval of the replacement of Bridge 16WG as part of the 2023 budget, an endorsement of award of RFT 52-22 for the replacement of structure 16WG to Urban Link Civil Limited at a contract price of $2,609,350, excluding contingency and HST. The tender was issued in accordance with the Township's purchasing procurement bylaw. Again, there were 36 plan takers and 6 responses received. The bids were checked for errors and omissions by the Township's consulting engineer, RJ Burnside Associates Limited, and no errors were found. RJ Burnside and Associates Limited has recommended and staff supports tender award to Urban Link Civil Limited at a contract price of $2,609,350, again excluding contingency and HST. Should council support award of this tender, the 2023 capital budget will be updated to accommodate the anticipated top-up of approximately $109,000 inclusive of net HST, which is recommended to be funded from the underutilized 2023 capital top-up on project 24WG as previously mentioned. And with your permission, Mayor Waters, I'll now turn it, Mayor Waters. Deputy Mayor Jefferson, I'll turn it over again to the Manager of Engineering, Adam Gilmore, for further information.
Great, thank you very much, Adam. Okay, so keeping in the topic of bridges and bridge replacements, so Bridge 16WG, similar to 24WG, the background is all in the report if you're interested in the history. I'll go through the scope here. So 16 is located on the 5th line, just north of Wellington Road 19, spans the Irvine Creek, and is also a high priority for replacement in our asset management plan. That is the top bridge in terms of risk score. And here's an image of the existing spandrel arch bridge. This is a drawing of the proposed replacement structure. So some things I'd like to point out here. So the abutments are the features on the left and right that the bridge girders kind of sit on. They're kind of the structure that holds the bridge up. You can see the abutments now are set back farther from the water. And so this is a benefit of the new bridge. It's going to allow more water to be moved through that creek and improve flooding. And that's similar to 24WG also. So these bridge replacements give us an opportunity to not only improve the safety and the function of the bridge itself and for transportation, pedestrian, cyclists, but also to improve the hydraulic function of the bridge, reduce flooding, protect the natural environment, and these types of benefits. So again, pending council's approval, we would be awarding and constructing spring to fall with some work extending to 2024. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Jefferson. Adam, thanks again. And just curious with the 2 bridges construction, if there's any additional impact on residents or any timing of agricultural operations in the fall or anything like that? If there's going to be any, I know they're already closed now, so there probably won't be, but just curious if there's any extended impact on residents in that area.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Bolton, through the chair. So I believe that you have it right, that they're already closed, so there's not much of an impact in terms of detours. Traffic is already detouring around those locations. So I think the impacts are more local in nature to those who live adjacent to the bridges, and we have been consulting with the neighbors leading up to the projects, just with respect to design and their preferences in terms of grading on their property where that grading has to happen.
Any other questions? No? Very good. So staff has provided us a recommendation. Can I read the recommendation now?
Sure.
Okay. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington pre-approve the replacement of Bridge 16-WG as part of the 2023 budget, and that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington award request for tender number 52-22, replacement of structures 16-WG first line, former Township of Westcare Fraxa, to Urban Link Civil Limited at a contract price of $2,609,350, excluding contingency and HST, and that project funding allocations be updated as shown in report COR 2023-02 dated 5 January 2023 through the 2023 budgeting process. Can I have a mover for that recommendation? Where am I looking? Oh, up in?
Yep.
Yeah. We will make that amendment.
That's just a typo.
Oh, typo. Okay. So do I need to include that?
No.
You're all right?
We're good, that's just a
Okay.
typo.
Can I have a mover for that recommendation, please? Councillor Wilton. And then a seconder? Councillor McDonald. And then all in favor? And that carries. You're gonna get, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson, for doing that. Okay, so we are on item 9.3, request for tender 5322, reconstruction of East Mill Street, Elora. Report from Ms. Wills? Or
It'll be
Adam? Sorry, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and welcome back. Through you, this report provides recommendations and seeks council pre-approval for East Mill Street reconstruction project as part of the 2023 budget, an endorsement of award of RFT 53-22 for the reconstruction of East Mill Street, Elora, to JG Goats Construction Limited at a contract price of $2,393,988.98. This is including contingency and excluding HST. The tender was issued in accordance with the township's purchasing procurement bylaw. There were 36 plan takers and 6 responses received. The bids were checked for errors and omissions by the township's consulting engineer, Triton Engineering. And Triton Engineering has recommended, and staff support, tender award to JG Goats Construction Limited at a contract price of $2,393,988.98, again, including contingency and excluding HST. Should council support award of this tender, the 2023 capital budget will be updated to include the project funding allocations as outlined in attachment A to this report, which represents a total project cost savings of approximately $125,000 from the 2023 draft budget estimates. And with your permission again, Mayor Waters, I'll turn it over to Adam Gilmore for more information and the technical nuances of this project.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Devlin. Through the mayor. So again, just to provide some of some more information on the scope of this project. So here's the project extent. So we're proposing reconstructing East Mill Street from Metcalf Street to Melville Street. The driver for this project is the buried infrastructure, in particular the water main. The water main is prone to failure. We've had a number of breaks there in recent years. But we recognize that with replacement of the underground infrastructure comes a real opportunity here to revitalize the streetscape in this key part of downtown Elora. So here's a rendering of the proposed new streetscape. And some features I'd like to highlight here. In the first block from Geddes to Metcalf, we're proposing to bury the overhead utilities. So currently there's overhead hydro and other utilities. We're proposing to move all of that to underground to match the look of West Mill Street, which has been reconstructed. We're proposing streetscape features such as new street trees, much wider sidewalks, so a real improvement to the pedestrian realm. Some seating areas, dedicated delivery pickup area to accommodate deliveries to businesses in the area. Defined entrance to the Elora Plaza, decorative streetlights, planting beds, and some space for art installations. We've done some extensive consultation through the design of this project with the Elora BIA. And these are all attributes that they were quite, that they valued through that consultation, and we tried to work in as many of them as we could with this revamped streetscape. And a little dark here, but here is a rendering of what that'll look like at street level. You can see the wider sidewalks. We've got some kind of two-tone colorings in terms of different hardscaping. You can see the street trees, decorative street lights, and then that new defined entrance and exit to the plaza. So we've contacted the utilities to do some pre-work. So the gas utility has replaced and upsized an existing gas main in that area. So that work was completed in December of 2022. And we're dividing the construction into two phases here. So phase one, which we're calling the underground works phase, is proposed for construction in 2023. And to be clear, that's the tender scope that we're looking for, we've provided to council for consideration today. Phase two will come later. This is the landscape and surface works. This would be done in 2024. And we would have another tender that we'd be issuing either in late 2023 or early 2024 for those works. The phase one works we anticipate would run from May to December of this year, and then phase two would follow in 2024 with landscaping, restoration, trees, and essentially the final streetscaping. Okay, thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I was invited by the committee of the Elora BIA when this process was going through. The feedback has been extremely positive. The staff really took into a lot of considerations the input from the committee, which was excellent. If I had to put on my community safety hat today, I'm just thrilled with the outcome of the road. It's going to slow traffic down. It's going to have the vision to slow traffic down. And I think that's key because it is a county road. And so looking forward to it. I know that the underground is not an easy task. There's many things that we have to put under the ground with the different surfaces. So I'm looking forward to seeing the end result. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few questions with your permission. The first one is not living in Elora. Could you clarify that street, where does it land with regards and reference to Bissell Park?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor, through you, Mayor. So the easterly limit of the project extends to Bissell Park. So Melville, which is the termination, the easterly limit of the project is essentially is at the edge of Bissell Park. And I should also mention we are proposing as part of this project a new pedestrian crossing at that location to help move pedestrians from the park across to the sidewalk, which will be on the north side of East Mill. So it does connect to the park.
Thank you. My reason for asking is there is increased traffic, obviously, coming from Bissell, both for the summer events and for the flea markets. But my concern is, where does the sidewalk actually go to then? So in looking at Bissell Park, there's a building between across the street from the East Mill Plaza. Then there's a small section, correct? And then it's then we're already at Bissell. So will the sidewalk actually go all the way to Bissell from that on the right side? On the other side? So, because the work is being done on the side of the plaza, correct?
Yeah, so the sidewalk on the north side, so the plaza side, will be continuous,
Yes.
right from Metcalf all the way to Melville,
The
to the
crosswalk.
park. The sidewalk on the south side will not be continuous. So the sidewalk on the south side will only extend to Geddes. The reason for that is we looked at extending the sidewalk on the south side also. And just the grades on the south side are quite challenging. And some of the existing homes, residential homes on the south side, are located quite close to the property line. So it would have been a real engineering challenge to put a sidewalk on the south side. You'd have situations where, because of the grades, the houses are quite lower than the road. You might even have retaining walls that people are kind of looking at right through their front window. So we did take a really close look at it. We knew it was we had a lot of feedback that it was wanted, but at this time it just doesn't seem to be feasible.
Might I humbly suggest then that we consider some wayfinding signage that indicates to cross the street ahead of time so that they're not being put in danger by walking that highway-esque road when there's a sidewalk on the other side. And the last thing we want is for people to run across the street to get to safety. So if I humbly suggest we consider that as an option to keep our visitors and our locals safe. The next issue is around, is there an expectation or obligation, again through you, sir, an expectation, obligation, question, discussion around those who are currently in the plaza to update and upgrade their front as well? Or has that come up at all? I ask that with great respect, of course, to the business owners in that space.
Yeah, of course. We haven't had any direct discussions with the owner of the plaza at this time. I think that's their prerogative in terms of what they intend to do with that property. We're providing, in terms of the right-of-way, some significant improvements. We think to those lands, and what happens, I think, is up to the landowner.
Course.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just two quick ones. The other one is around electric charging stations. This would seem like an perfect place to put one in and the perfect time to put one in. And I wonder if that's on the books at all for that space.
Yeah, no, thanks for the comment. No plans to put any charging stations within the road right of way. That said, we have some parking areas that where that might be suitable. We haven't looked at that through this project. We're just focusing on the right of way at this time, and we haven't identified any locations where that might be suitable.
Again, I humbly suggest that we do consider it as something we look at, just because it'll probably be a lot less money to do it this time than it will be down the road while we're in the middle of working. And the final question is more a comment. I really hope that we consider something similar in Fergus on the other end as well, as we head towards, geez, I'm terrible with street names, as we head towards Scotland. I would hope that this might be something that we look at moving forward, because it's a great idea. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you. We have a recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington pre-approve the East Mill Street reconstruction project as part of the 2023 budget, and that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington award request for tender 5322 regarding reconstruction of East Mill Street, Elora, to JG Getz Construction Limited at the price of $2,393,988.98, including contingencies and excluding HST, and that the project funding allocation be updated as shown in report Core 2023-02 dated 5th January 2023 through 2023 budget process. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald first, seconder, Councillor Craddock. All those in favor? That is so moved. Thank you. Okay, item 9.4, reconstruction of BD line, St. Andrew Street to Millage Lane. Adam, you're on.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Devlin. Yes, I want to talk about the reconstruction of B line, St. Andrew Street to Millage Lane. So this is another major project we're planning for in 2023. So in terms of the scope, it's the extent of construction. The project is the title of the project is from St. Andrew Street to Millage Lane, which is the new development area in Northwest Fergus. But really, the extent of construction is from the Elora Cataract Trail crossing north to Millage Lane. That's where most of the construction work will happen. So the purpose of the project is to improve BD line for the development that is occurring, so that we can accommodate more traffic in that area. And this also, presents another opportunity to make some other improvements to the street. I want to highlight here some features of the proposed new streetscape. So we're proposing a roundabout at the intersection of Colburn Street and BD line. Some other features, an off-road multi-use path extending from Elliott Ave or Millage Lane to the Elora Cataract Trail on the west side of the road. So this is a path that's separated from the road. I believe it's a 2-meter wide path. Some other improvements, we're proposing traffic calming. So we have a center median in some areas to kind of narrow up the vehicle travel lanes, and a turning lane to improve the flow of traffic. We are extending. We will have sidewalk on the east side, on the east side. In the vicinity of the roundabout. However, the sidewalk on the east side will not be fully constructed as part of this project. It will happen, we think, with development in the future. It's a full conversion from a rural cross-section to an urban cross-section with storm sewers, curb and gutter, and a full reconstruction of the road. So, pending council approval, construction tender will be issued in January or February of this year. And then we would look to award and commence construction in the spring. It would extend into the late fall, and some carryover of construction would likely go into 2024. Okay, thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Through you, Mayor Waters. So thrilled about the roundabout. I've definitely had constituents contact me saying, we love roundabouts. So I'm happy to see this. Actually, I didn't realize there was going to be some island type things. That's great for calming. So this is very impressive. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. So just to confirm, so there's just that slight piece of sidewalk, and then further sidewalks would come later. But in scope, there's just that slight in that one area.
Yeah, so through the mayor, so that's correct. On the east side, we're only constructing the sidewalk near the roundabout, but on the west side, we'll have that off-road multi-use path. That'll be continuous. That'll connect the new development area all the way down to the Elora Cataract Trail and the existing sidewalk on the west side.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, I don't see any. We have a recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington pre-approve the reconstruction of BD line from St. Andrew Street to Millage Lane in Fergus as part of the 2023 budget, and that Council of the Township of Centre Wellington authorize Township staff to issue a construction tender for the reconstruction of BD line. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wilton. All those in favor? So moved. 9.5, request for tender, 4822, Elora Community Center renovation. We're going to welcome back Adam here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and again through you. This report provides recommendations and seeks council approval for award of RFT 48-22 regarding the Elora Community Center renovation to Gateman Malloy, Inc. at a contract price of $4,166,000, excluding contingency and HST. In July of 2022, RFPQ 43-22 was issued to pre-qualify general contractors for this project. A total of 4 contractors were pre-qualified and eligible to bid on RFT 48-22, and all 4 had submitted bids in response to this tender. The bids were checked for errors and omissions by the township's consultant, RDH Architects, Inc., and RDH has recommended, and staff support, tender award to Gateman Malloy, Inc. at a contract price of $4,166,000, again excluding contingency and HST. The overall project cost for this is now estimated to be $5,478,595, which is approximately $500,000 over the original capital budget from 2021, however, down significantly from the 2023 draft capital budget estimates required to facilitate these works. This means that approximately $1.1 million of the $1.6 million recommended increase to the project budget in 2023 is not required. This should be viewed as a good news story and continues to echo the benefits of the early tendering processes employed by the township staff to support the 2023 budget. Moving forward on this project ensures that the township takes advantage of the upper levels of government funding, with 67% of the project funded by federal and provincial governments via the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, or ICIP. Should council support award of this tender, the 2023 capital budget will be updated per attachment A to this report. And with your permission, Mayor Waters, I'll turn it over to Manager of Parks and Facilities Operations, Matt Tucker, for more detailed history and information on this project.
Good afternoon. Through Mayor Waters, I'd like to just go through, I know we chatted just last year, a background of where we are today, and I just want to give everyone a quick summary and a background on how we got here, just to refresh everyone's memory. So back in 2019, just a few years ago, Council approved our Parks, Recreation, Culture Master Plan, and from that study, came through that the ECC needed to address some life cycle issues, health and safety, and accessibility issues. In October 2019, the infrastructure grant became available, went to council for approval for approximately $5 million for the renovation at the ECC. March 2021, grant was delayed, unfortunately. So we finally got the green light and awarded basically for just under $5 million for the renovation. Later on in 2021, Township hired RDHA, Round Wade Dick Hatley Architects, just for design, construction, and admin. Sorry, their name's a mouthful. When we did hire them, we started digging into the project and realized the costing, and we had to start to change the scope of work due to increased costs. We did reach out to the provincial and feds, and they weren't going to give us any more money. We did come up with a plan. We sat down with the minor sports groups to get their comment and buy-in, and we also sat down with CSAC for their comments and buy-in, just to show them the revised scope of work from where we started to where we had to drop that price down to. Then we took it to council, and council approved the option 2 of the scope of work to proceed, which was going to be approximately $6.6 million. So from there, staff worked with our DHA, just fine detailing and looking how we could reduce the scope any further. We did just in the fall go and we qualified 4 contractors that were selected just as part of the tendering stage, and that tender was sent out early in November. And we also set up some flexibility options where if the price came in high, we could sort of take stuff out to ensure we keep moving forward with the project. Just back in November, hard to believe, we had that, my little presentation back then and our tour. The tender did close December 16th. We reviewed the submissions with our DHA, and now I'm here chatting, just looking for your comments and recommendation. If we proceed, we would like to push forward and start to order some HVAC units, some compressor units, just to get ahead of the project, which hopefully will not delay the opening. So we're looking at allowing the contractor to start commencing the project at the end of March, and our target is to be fully operational again for January 2024. So the good news, April, when we went to council, they approved us to go ahead, knowing that the project was going to be $1.6 million over, and we did work with RDHA to try and bring that down the best we could. Nice thing is, as Adam mentioned, with the 4 contractors that we approved all put in a bid, which was really encouraging. The tender closed, and now instead of the 1.6, we're asking for just under $50,000 for a top-up in the 2023 budget. 500,000, thank you. I didn't think that came out properly. Thank you. So again, here's, Adam has already talked about the numbers here, but it gives you an idea of where we've got the funding. And won't have to go over that again. But just to go over the scope of work quickly, we're looking at a new accessible front entrance. We're looking at taking away the concession area, trying to open things up to allow for more room, both at the east and west end of the arena. We're looking at a fully accessible washroom. We're looking at a warm viewing area, with proper ramping. We're also looking at some enlarged change rooms to accommodate today's youth and expectations. And 2 of those dressing rooms are fully accessible. And to add to that, we're looking at a universal change room and a bigger ref room as well. We've got a few artist renderings here, sort of looking looking outside, looking at the wheelchair ramp, or the accessible ramp. This area here would be the old concession, the office. And finally, here's just a picture, an artist rendering of a change room. So with that, I'd like to pass that back to Mayor Waters.
Through you, Mayor Waters. So this definitely is a good news story since we had our tour and we went behind the scenes. I definitely noticed what is keeping the ice cold isn't going to last much longer, so we're really at a breaking point with that rink. The downside is we're going to be putting out a rink for a while we do this, but the upside is we're going to have accessible arena. I far want to see the other side done too. We got some pickleball players, we got some tennis players, and I know that we will look at that down the road, but this is a really good starting point, and you guys did a great job on that budget, so I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Being a member of CSAC and waiting for this project to come through, so excited. I don't want to do anything to delay what's ahead here. I think it's all great, and I think that's, I think you both have done a really great job in pushing this through, and the RFP results there are great. So I do kind of want to just as council remind us though that a part of the strategic plan, right? This project had been scaled back considerably. you know, the part of the strategic plan was an expansion of facilities for, you know, our growing community, increasing seniors' activities, particularly in Elora. And what we also had was like a facility that was having life cycle issues and needed to keep going. And so what I think is great is that we're able to do that, bring in some accessibility and keep that going, and bring, you know, we walked through our walkthrough, I think it was evidence to us all that there's some real issues in there, and this is gonna address that, which is great. I just wanted to bring a little bit of notice to the report that like there is a bit of a surplus that it talks about going back into the capital budget. I would propose like having a discussion of Parks and Rec doesn't get a lot of money to it once in a while, like very rarely. And because of how much scope has been pulled back here, instead of kind of going back into the general, yes, exactly. I would really hope that this additional money, not doing anything to stop this current project, absolutely, but putting that money aside, dedicated to parks, particularly for the ECC. There's so much that was done in terms of, so much that can still be done in terms of heating, the expanded roof. There was like a whole list of different things. And it would be nice if we were able to dedicate that in the reserves or in that capital budget for future opportunities there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't know that, Councillor Adams, so thank you. I didn't realize that that everything had been scaled back. I was unaware, so thank you. And I'm also acutely aware what you said, and there was something I hadn't heard or thought of, and I own it, that there was some discussion about adding opportunities for seniors and kids who aren't playing hockey, who want access to more healthy options to stay well. And I love it. We've all been seeing discussion around everything from free basketball courts to other things out there, and I wonder if in that discussion, and I'm not here to say whether or not we can or can't have that discussion, but should we? I'd like for us to have a bigger look, because I personally didn't know that this was a piece of this discussion. So thank you. Really, thank you, because I didn't know. And I look forward to further discussion before it does go back in the pot.
Through Mayor Waters, if I can make a suggestion, if we put the additional funding into a general capital reserve for now, maybe we can have a more meaningful discussion during strategic planning around the future of recreation programs and what we use the money for. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Do you need a motion for that?
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Okay, I see a recommendation here that the Council Township of Central Wellington Award request for tender 4822 regarding the Elora Community Centre renovation to Gateman Malloy Inc. at the contract price of $4,166,000, excluding contingency and HST, and that the project funding allocation be updated as shown in report Core 2023-04 dated 5th January 2023. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Evoy. All those in favor? So moved. And that takes us down to bylaws. 2023-01 bylaw to authorize the fees and charges for various services provided by the municipality and to repeal bylaw 2021-62, 2023-02 bylaw to establish a policy with respect to the allocations and use of Ontario Lottery and Gaming funding by the municipality and to repeal bylaw 2019-41. So recommendation that bylaws 2023-01 and 2023-02 be read first and second and a third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk and the corporate seal affixed. I do have a mover for that. Councillor Adams, seconded by Councillor Wilton. All those in favor? So moved. confirmatory of, confirmatory. I kind of like that word. Bylaw. A bylaw to confirm the action of council, recommendation that the bylaw 2023-03 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meetings held January 5th, 2023, be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Adams. All those in favor? Okay. Well, I think we'll call, yes? Oh, yes.
Yes, you do.
Okay, we need to have a motion to adjourn. You really want to stay here, you can. It's all up to you. Okay.
I guess I was mistaken in the process, so just a clarification on process. I thought we were going back to 7.3, I think it was, to have more general discussion about the capital budget, but we broke for lunch, so we didn't go back. So I'm just curious if there's still time to have questions on the capital budget, the 2023 version, between now and like when the book comes out. I guess we'd be able to ask questions then, and so
Yep.
so that conversation's not finished yet. There's still
Yep, there's definitely
opportunity
time.
for
Yep,
dialogue.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we're, do we have a mover? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that motion that's out there? Yes, Councillor Adams. All those in favor? Okay. And, oh, yes, that was on the sort of the agenda.